Right.
I must evolve. I must get next level. I must live in this type of house. I must drive this type of car. Perspective is what changes the game. Stop complaining about the divorce. Stop complaining about the job loss. Are you going to complain in the face of conflict, or are you going to seize the opportunity? What if losing your job was the opportunity? What if the divorce is an opportunity? What if the bankruptcy is an opportunity? What if the one you love was an opportunity for you to reconnect with somebody and forgive them?
Something inside of you that says, snap, you got to get tired of being broke.
I'm talking to that person who grew up without a father. I'm talking to that person that is acquainted with pain. I'm talking to that person that knows what it's like to come from nothing. And so you literally have nothing to lose. And the only thing that's in your hand is a dream. The only thing that's in your head is I have what it takes to get to the top of that hill.
You must understand that there is more than one path to the top of the mountain.
Goliath! There will be many giants in your life. There will be depression. There will be anxiety. There will be oppression. There will be stress. There will be overwhelm. Will you buckle under the pressure, or will you rise to the occasion? You are not dead yet. You may be tired, but you are not dead. You may be broken, but you are not dead. You may be weary, but you are not dead. You have an opportunity to rise above what happened to you. You gotta make it up in your mind that all you have is all you need.
I know. It hasn't been easy. It's time to win.
I know what it feels like to be broken. I know what it feels like to be homeless. I know what it feels like to be ignored. You get into a place where you feel like nobody needs you. Nobody believes you. I know what it feels like for people to tell you to write the book, launch the course, and then when you do it, nobody invests in it. The hour is now for game changers to emerge, for the forgotten, for the rejected, for the ignored, to come out of the ashes and into the light, out of obscurity and into victory. Take the throne with everything that you have in you. The hour is now. I am coming for the throne. I am coming for every room that you locked me out of. Every realm that I step into, I will dominate. I am determined to win, no matter what season I'm in. When you counted me out, when you rejected me, when you overlooked me, when you ignored me, I waited painfully in obscurity for the opportunity to take the throne. I am your replacement. Your rejection has forged a new fire inside of me. Man, I'm climbing the ladder. I'm bringing my team. I'm coming for magazines and movie screens, billboards and awards, movie scores and labels. I'm signing checks and contracts on every table. I'm no longer stuck in the basement, stuck in the gutter. I'm leaving the casket. You saved me, vacant. You were here, my feet walking the pavement. No more complacent, driven, persistent, and relentless. ashes are all an understatement.
A better relationship. Weight loss. What has been your obstacle? Your challenge? Your task? What is your giant? This is the last day you are going to allow this giant to defy you. I know it hasn't been easy. It's time to win.
There will be many giants in your life. There will be depression. There will be anxiety. There will be oppression. There will be stress. There will be overwhelm. Will you buckle under the pressure or will you rise to the occasion? The Bible says that David got up and ran into the army of the Philistines. He ran towards the battle. And like an eagle is the only bird that flies into the storm, it is time for you to fly into the next dimension of where you have been called to. What is your dream? What is your idea? What is your assignment? There is a new breed of champions emerging out of the ashes of doubt and fear. Your knees may be knocking, your palms sweaty, but the time is now to rise up and run after it. Run after your dream. Run after your idea. Run after your goal. Run after it with everything that you have. You will never have your future until you are fully persuaded that you are a carrier of everything required to fulfill your destiny. If nobody believes in you, you gotta make it up in your mind that all you have is all you need.
You are going to need vision. Before you win, you're going to have to see it. I want you to see yourself winning. If you can see it, you can have it. In this life, there will always be a man, a woman, a boy, a girl, or a team who will face impossible odds. And somehow, through some combination of courage, will, grit, and a mustard seed of faith, they'll manage to overcome. What I love about David is that David was not only one of the youngest, the smallest, the least likely. Not only was David underrated, but his weapon of choice was underrated. And there will be times in life where people will not believe in you, neither what you are carrying. I'm gonna tell you the one thing that separated David from Goliath, and that was his heart for God and God's people. If you are going to defeat your giant, you are going to need heart. You must overcome what lies between the pit of your fears and the summit of your knowledge. Our Goliaths, our challenges, our giants oftentimes meet us in our valley places. It's not on the mountaintop that David fought Goliath, but it's in the valley. I tell you this, the tangible giants in our life are defeated by means that are intangible. If a man can conquer his mindset, if a man can master discipline, then there is nothing he can't win.
They will tell you that your dream is too big. They will tell you that your destiny cannot be fulfilled. They will tell you it is impossible to accomplish what you have set out to accomplish. But it's not about what they say. It's about what you say. I believe that you were born to triumph over every demon, over every devil, over every addiction. You are fighting for your family. You are fighting for your legacy. What you are fighting for is bigger than you. Do not forget this. David ran toward the Philistine. David ran towards the army. Your dream, your idea, whatever goal you have, get up and run after it.
You can defeat this enemy, and you can have your future. If you're going to defeat this giant, if you're going to win the war, it starts on the battlefield of your mind. This is where the war is won. Over the course of your life, you will discover that the obstacle is the way, that there is great counsel in conflict. We will discover that we are most creative in the midst of adversity. So do not run from your battle, for the battle is a learning experience. You got to overcome fear. The moment that you overcome fear, then your opponent is bankrupt. There's nothing they can do. You're going to have to dispense with fear and with negative self-talk. Remember your why. It is the why that gets us the win. And it is the why that gives us the power to persevere through the how. Stop looking for the addition. Stop looking for the validation. Stop looking for everybody to agree with what you're about to do. Stop looking for everybody to understand. And know this, all you have is all you need.
I can see your giant of addiction running towards you with words of darkness, death, attempting to strike fear in your heart. Will you cower? Will you back down? Or will you run into battle? But I see a generation rising up against the one who called you powerless, rising up against the fiery darts of the enemy, rising up against the lie that have held us down far too long, rising up against the despair and the heaviness and the chronic anxiety. I have waited my whole life for this moment. Thank you to everybody that doubted me. Knees buckling, palms sweaty, heart heavy, but I'm ready. I'm afraid, but I'm running. You will hear my feet walking the pavement. I'm no more complacent. Here's to everybody that doubted me. Here's to everybody that stopped believing in me. Here's to everybody that counted me out.
What has been tested, what has been proven, do something with what's in your hand. Do what you can with what you have. All you have is all you need.
I don't care what the adversity has been. You have two choices. You can be unforgiving, bitter, angry, upset, and be a carrier of grief, or you can choose resilience. You can cope with what happened. You can upload the program of resilience and recover all and get back to the place where you were before the fall. Stop waiting for the storm to pass and ask yourself the question, what can I accomplish in the rain? What can I accomplish in the rain? Who can I become in the rain? There are people all over the world who are depending on you. So our wounds become wisdom. We have a new program. It's called resiliency. The race is not given to the strong nor the swift, but it is given to he that endureth until the end. Life doesn't get any easier. It doesn't get more forgiving. We just get stronger and we get more resilient. One thing we know is that adversity Conflict, trauma does not discriminate. We are all acquainted with pain. I don't care how many times life knocks you down, get back up and tell life, I'm supposed to be here. I belong here. Give me what's mine.
When we tackle obstacles, when we face adversity and conflict, it is only then that we find hidden reserves of courage and resilience we didn't even know we had. It's literally only when we face failure that we realize these resources are always there within us. We only need to find them to fulfill our destinies. After life has beaten you and broken you into pieces, resiliency is that gift and ability. It's the discipline to turn those pieces into a work of art.
Many of you listening to me know what it's like to lose everything. You know what it's like to hit rock bottom. You know what it's like not to be supported. You know what it's like to be lied on. You know what it's like to experience emotional, relational, and psychological trauma. And it changes you because you don't know what you are made of until you have gone through something. You already know what failure feels like. You already know what it feels like to quit, to stop, to throw in the towel, to sit on the couch, to move to a substance, to put your confidence in some man or some woman, to lay idle. But do you know what it's like to give everything that you have and push and persevere? If you're going to understand the program of resiliency, we are going to have to stop running from difficult times. Stop praying that the storm will pass over you and pray to grow through the storm. Stop going around it, go through it. What you go through, you will grow through. Some fights are not won in the first round. Flat out. And the moment that you get that and you get crystal clear and you accept the fact that there are some giants that you will not defeat in the first round. You need endurance. You need stamina to reach some goals. You're not going to hit the million with the first investment. You're not going to hit the home run always at first swing. But resiliency says, I belong here and I deserve another shot. I want my opportunity. Give me my opportunity. It's your reaction to adversity, not adversity itself, that determines how your life story will develop. Rock bottom is the solid foundation to build the future. And you've lost everything. You have everything you need. Resiliency says, I tried and I failed. Resiliency has its own mentality. The program of resiliency says, I tried and I failed. I tried and I failed. I tried and I failed. I tried and I failed again. I'm going to start again. And I'm not waiting till Monday. I'm going to start right now. I tried again and again. And I succeeded. See, what a lot of people don't know is that the movie, The Matrix, is more of a documentary than it is a movie. See, anytime Neo needed to accomplish something, they would just simply upload the program. If he needed to know Taekwondo, if he needed to know karate, if he needed to speak a different language, he would literally just upload the program to Neo's consciousness. Well, life works the same. There is a program. We all run programs. And it doesn't matter if you're at the county fair. It doesn't matter if you're at the family cookout. It doesn't matter if you're at home watching a movie in the basement or on vacation with your wife or your husband. We're all running a program. And you have default settings within your subconscious. And many of us deal with laziness. Many of us deal with anger. Many of us deal with frustration. And these are different programs that we run. And so now you need to deliberately investigate and examine your internal man and ask yourself, what are the programs I'm running? Because for many of us, laziness is a program. Procrastination is a program. Anger and anguish And bitterness and unforgiveness is a program. And if you're going to hang on to grief and anger and unforgiveness because of the lawsuit or because of the jail time or because of the record that you think somebody messed up or the messy divorce you are going through or the job you lost or the business that tanked, I don't care what the adversity has been, you have two choices. You can be unforgiving, bitter, angry, upset, and be a carrier of grief, or you can choose resilience. You can cope with what happened. You can upload the program of resilience and recover all and get back to the place where you were before the fall. Get up! Stop waiting for the storm to pass and ask yourself the question, what can I accomplish in the rain? What can I accomplish in the rain? Who can I become in the rain? What can I build under these conditions?
Resilience is based on compassion for ourselves as well as compassion for others. The future is hinged on your resiliency. Your family is depending on you to put in the work. Your friends, your circles of influence, your mentors. There are people all over the world who are depending on you. So our wounds become wisdom because our perspective. We have a new program. It's called resiliency.
Are you willing to lose sleep? Are you willing to put the work in? Are you fully persuaded? Are you determined? I don't care how many times life knocks you down. Get back up and tell life, I'm supposed to be here. I belong here. Give me what's mine.
When we tackle obstacles, when we face adversity and conflict, it is only then that we find hidden reserves of courage and resilience we didn't even know we had. It's literally only when we face failure that we realize these resources are always there within us. We only need to find them to fulfill our destinies. After life has beaten you and broken you into pieces, resiliency is that gift and ability. It's the discipline to turn those pieces into a work of art. Sounds like you're having a tough time. I've been there, so I kind of know what you're talking about. I've been in the ever-cycling vortex of self-doubt, anxiety, frustration. It's no good. Trust me, I know. I'm going to share a few things with you that hopefully will help the pain to subside. You can read them if you want. You can read them again later if you feel like it. But honestly, man, if I spend all this time typing this out to you, and you don't allow it to be a tinder to your fire, well, you're just letting us both down. And you don't have to do that. You don't have to do anything. But you get to choose. I'm gonna give you 4 rules that if you can obey, if you can make these rules a command, I believe not only will the pain subside, but perhaps transformation could take place on the inside. Rule number 1, there are no more 0 days. What is a 0 day? A 0 day is when you don't do a single solitary thing towards whatever your dream or goal is in this life. So I want you to make a conscious decision that there will be no more 0 days. I'm not saying you got to kill yourself, but the point I'm trying to make is that you need to promise yourself that your new program Your new system will be a life lived of no more 0 days. This means that when the day is over and you look up and it's 11:58 at night, you did something. No more 0 days. And I don't care if it was one push-up, one sit-up, one page of the book. You feel me? But just make a decision that there will be no more 0 days. You see, when you're in the vortex of being bummed and you are trapped in the pattern of self-sabotaging behavior, you get used to it. And the only way you are going to break out is with a massive string of consistent non-0 days. That's rule number 1. Rule number 2 is that you are going to have to be grateful to the 3 U's. Call it mumbo jumbo if you want to. Newsflash, the 3 U's are the past you, the present you, and the future you. And if you want to love somebody and have someone to love you back, you got to learn to love yourself. And the 3 U's are key. You got to be grateful for the past you, for the positive things you've done, and do favors for the future you, like you would for your best friend. You feeling bad today? Stop for a second and think of a good decision you made yesterday. That salad, that fish, that protein shake, instead of a burger or fries. Did you save money in your past to buy something that resonated with you? And thank the past you. Are you currently saving toward that dream or that goal you have, or that improbable feat? Then you need to be grateful for the present you. The last part of the 3 U's is you got to love your future self. You got to do your future self a favor. I know you might be tired. You may be addicted to a video game or a television series. Not today, present self. This one's for future me. No PlayStation, no Xbox, no distraction. I don't care if it's one more push-up or one more sit-up or one more page in the book. You see the cycle of doing something for someone else, future you, and thanking someone for the good in your life, past you, is the key to building gratitude and productivity. Don't doubt me. Over time, you should spread that gratitude to others who have helped you on your path. Rule number 3, you are going to have to forgive yourself. I mean it. Maybe you have all the know-how, the money, the ability, strength, and talent to do whatever you want to do. But let's say you still don't do it. Now you're going to give yourself a tough time for not doing what you need to do. Pick your head up. Being disappointed in yourself causes you to be less productive. If you can forgive yourself, you can be healed from the past, equipped for the present, and cast vision for the future. You owe you. Forgive you, and get on with the rest of your life. Rule number 4 is the easiest, and it's 3 words. Exercise and books. That's it. Pretty standard advice. But when you exercise daily, you actually get smarter. You get crystal clear about the road ahead. When you exercise, you position yourself to win the war. When you exercise and you push yourself, you will test the limitations of your soul, and you will become crystal clear, both internally and externally, that all you have is all you need. As for books, almost everything we've ever thought or felt or gone to or wanted to know how to do has been figured out by someone else. So get some books. Read 7 Habits of Highly Successful People. Read Emotional Intelligence. Read From Good to Great. Read Thinking Fast and Slow. Read books that will help you understand. Read books that will get you crystal clear on your future. Read the Bodyweight Fitness Reddit and incorporate it into your workouts. Reading gets you to the next level faster. One last piece of advice though. If you wake up tomorrow and you can't remember the 4 rules, I just laid it out for you. Read this again. Watch this video again. Don't forget, 90 days as much as you can. The 3 U's, gratitude and favor, forgiveness, exercise, and books. This is how you can dominate and get an unfair competitive advantage in the marketplace and in the game of life. And this is the road to self-improvement, physically, emotionally, mentally. You got this, man. No more 0 days.
There is a light inside of every one of us, an ember that burns and begs us to become more than what we have ever been. It's our aspirations that must become our allies. I noticed that everything that I've accomplished over the course of my life, I accomplished with a new set of beliefs and a new set of habits. I noticed I was able to make things happen when I destroyed the door in the room. See, I don't care what your goal is. It could be relationships. It could be to lose weight. It could be to make more money. It could be to become something nobody in your family has ever been. The moment that you destroy the door, the way out, in the room of your dream, that's when you make it happen. What you do while you are in pain will echo through the ages.
Scrape the grill of your past and get all that junk out of there, of every memory of every failure. You need to unplug from everybody and everything that is telling you that you cannot have your future, that you cannot have this goal, that you can't do what's on your heart to do. You got to unplug, 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 unplug. There are too many people in your life that keep telling you that you are not qualified, that you don't have what it takes, that you will never be able to accomplish because your resume ain't long enough, because you don't have the experience, because you are unfit. And so you got to unplug from all the negative voices. You got to unplug from everything and everybody that's telling you you cannot have that dream, that you are not qualified to have that dream. You got to unplug. You got to unplug. It may hurt because there's some people that you're going to have to let go of. There's some people that can't come with you to the next level. They're not qualified to fly at the frequency that you're flying at. They cannot come. And you got to get in touch with you. So you can't have the dream unless you know you. Now, everybody wants this dream. Everybody wants this lifestyle, but they don't know themselves. And so you need to take some physical evaluation, some emotional and psychological evaluation, spiritual evaluation. And you got to figure out, okay, what works and what doesn't? And what are my boundaries and what are my limitations and what am I capable of and what do I need to work on? And then you need to connect with the people that believe in your dream.
Life moves at the speed of your relationships, connections, and circles. You need to ask for forgiveness. You need to forgive yourself. You need to reprioritize your activities. Everybody wants the dream to come true, but nobody wants to reprioritize their activities. Nobody wants to hack into their habitual nature and build new habits that are going to give you the future that you seek after. If not now, then when? Dream big, start small. You got to dream big, start small, act now. Dream big, start small, act now. Stop waiting for the temperature to change. Stop waiting for your feelings to be in check. Stop waiting for everything to line up. It's never going to line up. It's never going to be perfect. You just got to jump. You just have to jump. There are no roses without rain. If you can remember that, then you will always see adversity as advantage and obstacle as opportunity. Know this, that your process may be messy, but your mess will become your message. So what is your why? Because if your why is powerful enough, then you can persevere through the process. What is it? Find it, define it, be reminded that you can, you will, you must never give up. The actions that you take, the moves that you make will echo throughout the ages, as there is a generation of people who are attached to your why. And if you don't succeed, they'll never believe. So make it happen. Persistence, consistency, resilience, courage, establishing your priorities, mastering self-awareness, maintaining focus, believing that your help is coming. Because if your dream only requires you, it's not big enough.
And I know it's hard right now, and I know you feel like quitting, but you gotta understand there is no tomorrow. There is no tomorrow. Stop lying to yourself and telling yourself that you have time. See, the greatest lie that you have believed far too long is that you have time. You have time. That there is a tomorrow, that you can drag your feet and you can crawl. Sometimes you gotta run. You can't crawl towards some dreams. You can't walk towards some dreams. Some dreams you gotta run toward. You gotta run, baby. Run, run, run. Run after it. Run like there's no tomorrow. Run like you know you deserve it. Run like you know that there is nobody else that can attain it. Run after it. For many of you, defeat has traumatized you, and it has left an image in your head, and this is why you won't go after it. I want you to erase the face of defeat and embrace the process. Now, I know for many of you, that's like a bad word. You hate process, but see, the process is a series of actions or steps taken in order to achieve a particular end. And in order for you to reach your end, that end is going to have to be extremely valuable in your eyes. The process is muddy. The process is murky. The process is dark. The process is cold. The process is going to leave you in places where you're going to feel like you have been abandoned, like nobody believes in you, nobody supports you. When you don't see a light at the end of your tunnel, you got to remember the light that is burning inside of you that nobody is able to put out. There is not a person on this planet that can stop you. There is not a person on this planet that can puncture your potential if you could just get through the process. Just get through the process. It's muddy, it's bloody, but it's worth it. At the end of the day, it's worth it. No sunrise without a sunset. There is no one like you in all of the earth. There is no one that can do what you can do. You are the only option. You are the only play. Nobody else is going to be able to do this. Know this, that your process may be messy, but your mess will become your message. So what is your why? Because if your why is powerful enough, then you can persevere through the process. What is it? Find it, define it, be reminded that you can, you will, you must never give up. The truth of the matter is, how are you so emotionally injured, so mentally drained, so physically fatigued that you have allowed your dream, your destiny to take a back seat to this excuse that you don't have what it takes, that you're not smart enough, that you're not tall enough, that you're not wide enough, that you're not deep enough, that you're not connected enough, that you don't know enough people. You keep comparing yourself to that person and this person. When will the excuses stop? When will you see your purpose bigger than your excuse? I don't know your name, but I know you have a dream. I don't know where you're from or where you're listening to me. You may be listening to me in your closet, your bedroom, the gym, the car, the bus, the train, the plane. I don't know where you're going, but I know you are going somewhere. You've got a destination. People that make excuses are not connected to their destination. They don't have an end game. They don't have a goal. You have allowed yourself to become a weak link covered under the blanket of excuses. But I'm just wondering if there's anybody here that has a dream. And if you made your excuses bigger than your dream, the time is now to apply pressure. It may not be easy, but it's not impossible. This is not a I feel like it today. This is not a I'm motivated for a week. This is an every single day mentality. You may have to work 3 times. You may have to lose sleep. You may have to go to college and raise 5 children and still maintain your marriage and work your side hustle. I don't know what your story is, but if you will keep a no excuse mentality, then the sky is not your limit. The sky is your starting point. This is an every single day mentality. I never get turned off. Every single day, I want my destiny. I want my dream. When somebody is in love with who they've been called to become, what they've been called to fulfill, what they've been destined to do, there is no day off. There are no light. Listen, I'm not a light switch. You can't turn me off. I can never get turned off. Every single day, I'm giving everything I have. That's how big my dream is. And so there's no excuse. There's no pain. There's no dilemma. There are no speed bumps. There's no distraction that can turn me off. I'm not a light switch. You can't turn me off. I want this thing every single day.
If it's important to you, you're going to find a way. You won't have to look for a resource. You will become resourceful. It's not always about the accomplishment. It's about the effort. If we can just keep that effort going, the excuse is irrelevant. You got to be stronger than your excuses. Excuses don't get results. Now we've got to go through the process of being stronger than our excuses. We get one opportunity to come this way. We get one shot. We got one life to live. Life is too short to make excuses.
Truth is, everybody's got purpose, right? Everybody's got a dream. Everybody's got something they have to pass or achieve or become. But we are generationally programmed to love convenience. And the truth of the matter is, it is so convenient to make an excuse. I want to give you just a few things that you can do to help you to stop making excuses, to help you to stop habitually gravitating to the place called convenience. If you can hear my voice, you've got work to do. You've got a destiny to fulfill. You've got a purpose to walk into. You've got a test to pass. You've got dots to connect, rooms to walk in, stages to stand on, and tables to sit down at. We all want to do something. We all want to be somebody. We all want to go somewhere. And if these things are going to happen, we've got to stop habitually gravitating to excuse. Number one, you got to stop comparing yourself to everybody else. Rule number one, kill the comparison game. Well, I don't do it like them, and I don't say it like them, and I'm not as tall as them, and I'm not as strong as them, and I don't have the money that they have. I don't have the resources that they have. The reason why I couldn't do it is because my parents weren't there for me, and the reason why I didn't get to go to college on a full ride because my coach, he didn't create the highlight reel for the sports scholarship. The reason why, and so we're just programmed to blame everybody else. When will you look in the mirror and stop comparing yourself to everybody else? We compare ourselves to the way people look. We compare our stories to their stories and our relationship to their relationship. Every single day, the excuses that we make are like a warm blanket pulled over us, covering up the underlying issue of fear, the spirit, the personality of fear. The truth is that the reason why you haven't done it is because you're afraid. Maybe if you could just listen to this a couple times, maybe you'll stop making so many excuses, because the excuse is nothing but a cosmetic. It's makeup. It's a blanket. It's a convenience that we habitually gravitate to because it just makes us feel better. But the underlying issue, the underlying cancer, the inflammation is fear. We're afraid. We're afraid that if we give our best, the best isn't good enough. We're afraid because we're constantly comparing ourselves to other people. We're afraid that we won't be seen. We're afraid that people will change if we evolve. We're afraid that maybe we'll lose our friends if we began to shift our thinking. You have to have a marriage mentality when it comes to achieving what it is that's on the inside of you, what it is that's in your head, to manifest it and hold it in your hands. You have to have a marriage mentality. The problem with many of you is you keep dating the idea, the potential of focus and success and determination and discipline. You're only disciplined once a week. You're only determined twice a week. You're only enthusiastic about the journey on Sundays or Wednesdays. Once you make a covenant, you know what? I'm going to commit to this. You're going to put the blood, you're going to put the sweat, you're going to put the tears in, you're going to lose sleep, you're going to go days without eating, you're going to do whatever it takes to make the sacrifices necessary to manifest. There are too many people in your life who have left you. There are too many people in your life who have counted you out. There are too many people in your life who have whispered in your ear and said, you'll be worse off without them. Prove them wrong. Keep loving those who have lied on you. Keep blessing those who have cursed you. Don't be bitter. Don't be frustrated. Listen, just remain faithful behind the scenes. Promotion is coming. Stages and opportunities are being prepared right now as you sacrifice in secret, as you put the work in the dark room, as you do what is required to hold in your hand what you see in your head.
I remember being on my job with no possibility of a future. And I will never forget the moment that a man walked up to me and looked me in my eyes and told me that this was the best I would be able to do. And I came to the resolve in that very moment that greatness would be my new norm. What he said to me hit me hard. It was a metaphoric, massive blow to my face. But like a wise man once said, you gotta pick your head up like your nose is bleeding. And right where they left you for dead, elevate. Where he told me I would retire from, that this was the end of the line. I came to the resolve that I would not believe the lie. I could hear it in the air that the voice of destiny would reside in the place where he wanted me to die. I made the decision to fight for my future.
You will not pause. You will progress. You will not expire. You will evolve. You will not crumble in the midst of crises. You may be neck deep in what seems to be a catastrophic storm of chaos, but I pray that in this moment, you will find the calm, the peace, the hope, the faith, the courage, the expectancy you need to live and not die, to move up and not stay where you are. You get what you see. And that is the formula for expectancy. Your expectation is what you believe is about to happen. And for many of you, you have been so traumatized by the past that your expectations are so diminished. Your expectations have been dying a slow death because of the trauma of the past. You expect nothing. And so you feel like, if I don't expect anything, then you can't hurt me. If I have no expectation on you, then you cannot disappoint me. If you are going to win the fight for the future, you are going to have a high expectation. It was Kobe Bryant that said everything negative, pressure, and challenges is all an opportunity for me to rise. It's crises that reveals what we are comprised of. And I ask you the question, are you praying the darkness away, or are you becoming the highest version of yourself in the midst of the darkness? You know, when you find yourself standing in the middle of trial, tribulation, scarcity, and uncertainty, there is a process from flapping to flight. How you process pain will determine your future. I need you to fight for the future. Let that sink in for a minute. You are not your crises. You are not what you're going through. What are you expecting the outcome to be? Because you can't change what has happened. However, you can change what will happen. Your responsibility is, once you've gone from flapping to flight, is to protect your progress, to protect your territory. You got to get a real boss-like mentality with your territory. All the ground that you gain, protect your territory. I ask you the question, when are you going to stop thinking that you are what you are going through? When we step into elevation and we get that, what I like to call that bird's eye view, we gain a greater perspective when we zoom out. And too many of you are guilty of becoming what you are going through. You are not what you are going through. See, in the game of life, those who have an elevated perspective will inherit the future. And it is time for you to fight for your future. How bad do you want the future? I want you to let that question sink in. Because the day you stop quacking with ducks and start flying with the eagles, all of a sudden everything changes. But you know, for many of you, you are addicted to the company of the duck. I need you to scrupulously examine the landscape of your relationships. Because if nobody told you, let me be the first one to tell you, separation precedes elevation. It's a lot of people in your life that are holding you down, that are holding you back. There are some people you're going to have to let go of in order to elevate above the noise, above the dysfunction, to be a light shining brilliantly through the darkness, above the uncertainty, high above all murky waters, beyond the pain of the test and trial. Elevated people will always ask themselves, what did I learn in the midst of it all? King David said in Psalms 119:71, it was good for me that I had been afflicted, that I might learn thy statutes. And when you're stepping in this space, in this realm, in this world of elevation, you are not asking God, why am I in pain? You are asking God, what am I getting ready to become? With high expectation, elevated people will ask themselves, what am I getting ready to become? And what will I learn in the midst of this? While the world is in panic, while the world is perturbed, while the world is puzzled, you pray and plan your next move. Don't fear the dark. Ask yourself, what did you learn in it? Adversity is our advantage. Decide to come out of this better. Find yourself in this elevated place. Everybody wants it. We want promotion. We want the upgrade. We want advancement. We want to move up. We want to have a competitive advantage in the marketplace. My attention has been arrested by the conversation of the bird. Oftentimes learning to fly means falling from the nest and making that long trip back to it. And some birds never make it back to the top. But for the ones that do, once they learn to spread their wings, the game changes. Once they learn to start to spread their wings and then they begin to flap those wings, then all of a sudden their life goes to that next level. And I think a lot of you are stuck. You've spread your wings, but you're afraid to flap them because you're worried about what people are going to say about you. Baby bird don't care what anybody says about what it looks like in its process, because process precedes the breakthrough. There is something that is burning inside of us to go to the next level, to see this one thing that I'm about to bring to your attention. And if you're going to see it, if you're going to see breakthrough, then you are going to have to be okay with the process that is required, the preceding action and thoughts that are required to see this breakthrough. The baby bird spreads its wings, then it flaps its wings, and it flaps and flaps and flaps until the flapping becomes flight. And a lot of you are in this season called flapping. And you're like, man, this isn't flying. And you're looking at everybody and you're comparing yourself to everybody that's flying, and you're diminishing your process. You're diminishing your flapping season. Get through your flapping season with grace and faith. See, faith is an invitation to the future. Faith is the door. It is the pathway. It is the corridor to the future. And if you are going to fight for the future, you've got to fight with faith. Get through your flapping season. Get through your flapping season. I know you got tears in your eyes, but get through your flapping season and fight for flight, because eventually the flapping turns into flight. Hustling is a mentality. It's a code of conduct. The hustler's mentality is, how can this challenge be my opportunity? And what can I learn? The hustler thinks differently. All roads lead back to the mentality. If you're going to win the fight for your future, you're going to have to prepare your mindset for the workload. You can't be afraid to change. You got to beat on your craft every day. I don't have permission to stop. All roads lead back to your mindset, your mentality. The way that you see this thing is going to determine your future. A hustler is committed and consistent. And so this is not a Monday through Friday thing. It's a Monday through Monday thing. Every single day, I'm beating on my craft. Every single day, I'm looking to become more than I was yesterday. I am not in competition with anybody. The hustler says the only person I am competing with is who I used to be yesterday. The hustler says, I don't have a second to waste. The hustler does not waste time. Put the hours in. No days off mentality. A lot of people want to lose weight. A lot of people want to see transformation. A lot of people want to see something different. It's like, if I don't put the work in, I'm not going to have muscles. And so the hustler knows how to prioritize their time. The hustler knows how to lock in. You got to lock in.
Whatever it is that you're setting out to do is going to require a different version of yourself. If you're going to manifest in your hands what you see in your head, then you're going to have the courage, the confidence, the self-belief, and the self-determination to go out every single day and make it happen. Every single day, somebody's doing something you're not willing to do to secure the future. And so when you go into the day with that mindset, that list will shrink. The list of people that are outworking you, it'll shrink. So you got to dedicate to creative time. You need an army to fulfill destiny. So you got to be connected. You got to grow your network. And all that you do, and your failures and your successes, learn from them. Note takers are the money makers. Hustlers take notes. It's difficult to manifest what is not written down. Put me in a room with 100 people. I'm going to take more notes than them. I'm going to listen better. I'm going to have more fun. I'm going to learn more. I'm going to talk less. And so the movement that we see across the earth, from the high achievers, the successful entrepreneurs, those who are launching businesses and organizations, it all starts with their mindset, their mentality. The psychology of a champion is just different. Hustlers are just wired differently. And so the hustler knows how to prioritize their time. The hustler knows how to lock in. You gotta lock in. You have to put the hours in. You may have to raise children, cultivate your marriage, and work your side hustle all at the same time. Everybody knows if you don't go to the gym, if you don't get on the treadmill, put the cardio in, if you don't hit the weights and lift, you're not going to walk around with the physique that you see in your head. It's going to remain a conversation, a vision, a dream. How do you manifest what you see in your head to hold it in your head? Is that you got to have that hustler's mentality. The hustler is going to outwork everybody in the room. The hustler says, if me and you are on the treadmill, two things are going to happen. Either you're going to get off first, or I'm going to die trying to beat you. Because I'm completely sold out to the dream, the vision that I'm carrying. The difference between game changers and city shakers and the people that just talk about it, the people that just dream about it, have visions about it, fill notebooks about it. The difference between the two, number one, is that they are absolutely clear on what it is that they've been called to do and what it is they've been called to build and who it is they've been called to become. Number two, a hustler is committed and consistent. The hustler's mindset is that if I'm going to have something, I've got to first become something. And so hustling can't be a weekend thing, right? It can't be, I'm going to do it this Friday. I'm going to do it Monday. Okay, I'm motivated on Monday. It's a government. It's a lifestyle. This is what I do every single day. And I don't have an on and off switch. The first thing on a hustler's radar is not the opportunity, it's the mindset. Because if I get the opportunity with the wrong mindset, I won't maintain the opportunity. I'll lose it. And the hustler understands the power of retention. Okay? So the hustler eliminates distractions. The hustler says, I'm beating on my craft. The hustler says, I'm going after it. The hustler says, I can't afford to miss this moment. I can't afford to overlook this critical time, this crucial opportunity. I'm going to give it everything I have, period. When you've got this hustler's mentality, you're not looking for a handout. You just know you have to outwork everybody in the room. You got to put the work in after hours. You're not wasting your time being entertained. You're not wasting your time watching TV all day. You're not wasting your time complaining about what you don't have. The hustler has already come to the conclusion that if they don't have something, they have to become. So you got to prepare your mindset for what it is that you're going after. If you have to listen to this 1,000 times, understand how hustlers are wired, the psychology of a champion. Just keep moving.
Keep hustling. Keep grinding until you no longer have to introduce yourself.
Destiny is calling, even now. Many of you listening to me have been beautifully equipped to live in a world that no longer exists. But I want to give you a new word for change, and that word is evolution. And you are either going to evolve or expire. See, everything changes. The economy changes, relationships changes. We change mentally and emotionally and physically, and you are either dying or you are either living. Every time you made a change, you got hurt. And so this is why when you hear the word change, there's a mental block. You cannot change because you have equated change with pain. Every time you have changed, you feel pain. You stepped out of one relationship to another and you feel pain. You leave one neighborhood to another and you feel pain. You go from one job to another and you feel the fire of transition. So every time you hear the word change, you see pain. Every time they say it's time to make a difference, every time they say you need to go from this place to that place, all you can see is blood in your eyes. All you can feel is the blood and trauma in your mouth, hypnotized by the pain of change. Evolve your belief system. Change is not pain. See change as growth. See change as transformation. See change as evolution. See change as necessary. See change as critical. See change as inevitable. And the more and more you start to see that change is not pain, you're going to see transformation. Your life's going to experience a quantum leap because now, even though in your childhood you were traumatized because of change, your history is not your destiny. See, those of you who will evolve, who are willing to evolve, you will inherit the future. Those of you who are willing to take everything you do to the next level, you will inherit the future. It is the individual who is willing to become more. Change is inevitable, and you are either changing for the worse or changing for the better. You decide. Change is an invitation to the future. If I can change, I can have my future. Another reason why people hate change is because not only do they see change as pain, but all they see change is as failure. And it's because every time you've made a change, you have failed. And you have to start identifying change with a new layer of belief. People tell me all the time, it's hard to get wealthy. It's hard to grind. It's hard to be focused. How do you even do these speeches? It's hard to stay motivated. It's hard to stay broke. It's hard to stay depressed. It's hard to stay governed by anxiety. It's hard to be inconsistent. It's hard not to have daily disciplines. It's hard not to believe in yourself. It's hard to be broke. It's hard to be poor. It's hard. It's all hard. So choose your heart. You either go work for it, you're going to sit there and let life knock you down and dare you to get back up. So I see the privilege. I see the moment. I see change as pleasure. I see change as transformation. I see change as evolution. I see change as beauty, brilliance. I see change as the future. I see change as necessary. I see that if I don't change, there is a generation of people who are going to be stuck in the same place. If I don't evolve. See, the marketplace rewards those who have evolved. The marketplace rewards those who have become more valuable. You will be rewarded for the pain. Cry in secret, bleed in secret, but in public you'll be rewarded. And if everything you listen to goes over your head, you are going to miss your moment and stay living in the midst of the madness of impossibility, the lie. Somebody lied to you and told you that it was impossible. Every time somebody told me I could not do something, I had a decision that I had to make in order to achieve what they said was impossible. The power is wrapped in the truth and in the power of their perspective. It's wrapped in your capacity, your ability to believe in a dream, even if nobody believes in you. Destiny is calling. Your perspective can either become your prison or your passport. It can either arrest you or release you. In 1903, it was the Wright brothers that defied the laws of gravity. And if you know anything about gravity, gravity will pull you down and keep you down. It will stop you from flight. It will stop you in your tracks. If you believe in something, metaphorically speaking, gravity will hold you down, it will hold you back, and it will dare you to fight. Your perspective can either be your prison or your plane. I don't know about you, but today I made the decision to defy the laws of gravity. The first successful heavier-than-air powered aircraft was designed and built by the Wright brothers. They flew it 4 times on December 17, 1903, near Kill Devil Hills, about 4 miles. I believe possibility is destiny, and it is fear that keeps us arrested and apprehended by the spirit of impossibility. I'm gonna tell you this right now, and nobody else is gonna tell you this. Impossible is a spirit, and you've got to arrest that spirit or it will arrest you. Impossibility is like a soda fountain, the easy way out, the path of least resistance, because to say something is impossible, to give up, to cop out, to fill your cup of carbonated excuses, it tastes good, but it doesn't sit well as it goes down into your system. To remove the 2 letters is the grit of existence, the binding faith of hope to your chest and letting your heart beat. You gotta rewrite the code, you gotta rewrite the script. Calling all reformers, I'm calling all innovators, I'm calling all game changers, I'm calling all world shakers, I'm calling all city shifters, I'm calling everybody that has an inkling of faith in themselves. I'm calling everybody. You will inherit the future. We got to rewrite the code in our soul, because it's a matter of the soul. It's a matter of the will. People that have a will to win are the ones who win. These are the people that see the future. These are the people that see not where the hockey puck is, but they see where the hockey puck is going. And that's the type of person that we all need to evolve to become. I learned years ago that the difference between people that get things done and people that do not is sheer willpower. Out of all the motivational speeches you have heard, how much of it have you retained and applied to your life? Because understanding the power and the difference between what is impossible and what is possible, it all comes back to your perspective and your capacity. If your why is big enough, then your will be powerful enough to persevere through the how. You're not looking for resources when you have a will. You become resourceful. And that's the difference between people that see this thing as possible and people that do not. It comes down to one thing, and that is your will. So you don't want it bad enough. You don't want it bad enough. That's why you can't get it done. And so the how intimidates you. And the what boxes you in. We're more concerned about collaboration than character. I think we need to come back to a place where we're examining ourselves as an individual before a people. We make the people better when we deal with the person. You got to deal with the person. You got to deal with you. It's always going to be impossible to you if you don't see the power of your will and the power of your why.
Ingredients in the recipe of a student mentality. Number need to be discipline. The future is very expensive, and only those who are carriers of discipline can inherit the future. I need you to stay motivated. I don't care if you have to listen to me 1,000 times. I need you to stay motivated. And I need that motivation to mature into discipline. I need you to be self-aware. So I need you to remember that you are always learning. In life, you are always learning. And I need you to believe in yourself. I need you to see yourself capable, lovable, and unconditionally worthy of your future. Turn your pain into progress. I need you to see yourself. See yourself. One of the things that many students lack is vision. You got to see yourself before you get there. You have to hear yourself telling yourself, thank you. I need you to open up your ears. Open up your ears, because the you from the future is telling you thank you. Thank you for not giving up when you wanted to give up. Thank you for not being depressed. Thank you for not allowing the brokenness to eat your progress. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You got this. It's going to get hard sometimes. I'm telling you right now. It's not going to be easy, but it's worth it. Maybe you're listening to me right now, you want to lose weight, or you're trying to pass the final exam, or maybe there's just this feat that seems as though it is impossible. Turn your pain into progress. Turn your pain into progress. I need you to be uncomfortable with average. I need you to be allergic to average. I need you to come to the end of yourself. So many people are depending on you. A student is hardworking. A student is mentally tough. Have the ability to adapt. Have a character, consistency. Demonstrate courage on the daily. Stay motivated. Stay positive. Earn your respect. Have a winning attitude. Breathe. Compete. Make no excuses. Set goals. Practice great habits. Stay focused. You want your future? You gotta outwork everybody on that field. You gotta outwork everybody in the room. You gotta learn how to perform under pressure. You gotta leave it all out on the field. Everybody wants the future, but everybody wants to be average. There are gonna be times when you feel like you're losing your mind, and you study for hours, and you're gonna take an exam, and you will not pass. A student is resilient. A student is disciplined. A student is committed. A student is consistent, even when they don't want to be. Because the cycle of depression needs to end with you. The cycle of not enough needs to end with you. The lack and the dysfunction and the anxiety and all of these things that your family and your father and your mother have gone through. You have to keep a student mentality. I studied and I failed the exam. I studied and I failed the test. And life is an uphill war, and it is filled with tests and exams and critical moments where you are going to have to dig deep inside of yourself and ask yourself, why? Why did you start in the first place? And what was the emotion, the feeling? What was the science and the psychology behind the decision that you made? And 9 times out of 10, I can tell you why you started. You started because you were hungry. Hunger is the feeling of discomfort or weakness caused by a lack of food coupled with a desire to eat. How hungry are you? When you feel like throwing in the towel, when you feel like surrendering everything you worked for, remember why you started. Remember how you felt when you started. You were hungry. When you want to let go, when you want to surrender, when you want to stop, when you're ready to quit, when you have failed and failed again. Let me remind you what got you here. Hunger got you here. A strong desire got you here. You were desperate to break curses in your family. You were desperate to break the cycle of poverty and depression. You were desperate. Hunger got you here. Remember this. Every dream requires discipline. Every dream requires discipline. You can travel the world and study students and their behaviors and their mindsets. There is a science behind achievement. And when you study the most successful students in the world, we find that they are responsible, they are motivated, they are self-managed, they are self-aware. They have a long-lasting student mentality even after they have passed the test. Because they understand that life is a test. And in life, there are ups and there are downs. And so accept the responsibility. See yourself as primarily responsible for your outcomes and your experiences. You are going to need discipline. Motivation will help you get started. But discipline is going to keep you on the road to your destiny. You got to be self-motivated. You got to find purpose in what you do by discovering personally meaningful goals and dreams. If you're going to be a successful student, if you're going to come out on top, you've got to start managing your time. You plan and you take action in pursuit of your goals and dreams. So let me tell you something. Everybody has a dream, but there is a behavior that must follow your belief system. Remember this, behavior follows belief. If you have not been able to change your behavior to match your dream, then you need to go back and examine your belief. Because 10 times out of 10, if you can't change your behavior to match your dream, then you don't believe. When somebody believes, everything changes. The time is coming where you are going to feel like giving up. But you're going to have to remember why you started. You got to dig deep and learn how to create possibilities for yourself when nobody gives you an opportunity. You have to turn your mess into your message.
Study strategy over the years and achieve the spirit of the warrior. Today is a victory over yourself of yesterday. Tomorrow is your victory over lesser men. There is a student mentality in all of us that must be tapped into. A student is resilient. A student is disciplined. It is only through discipline that you will experience the freedom of a warrior. A student never surrenders. See, the strategy is the plan. The strategy, the game plan, the plan of action, the recipe, the how must be studied before the first step is taken. I am convinced that so many of us lose because of what we were not willing to study. We must grow a discipline to deliberately investigate what we are getting ready to enter into. We must be calculated as we enter into new seasons, into new relationships. This is the road to becoming a warrior. An experienced, skilled, and calculated soldier. A fighter, a game changer. Somebody who refuses to stay down. This is somebody who is set apart from those who operate in the realm of normalcy. This is somebody who is above and beyond. We got a bit of a work ethic to go after it. A student is a disciple, and a disciple is disciplined. Disciplined to achieve the spirit of the warrior. They are perfectly positioned for victory daily. Discipline is an invitation out of normalcy. A man who studies is a man who is allergic to average. So you are a warrior, and you don't even know it. Take a deep breath. Inhale and exhale. Inhale and exhale. After today, everything is about to change. Because change starts with you. To understand this is to know the difference between men and lions. You must understand that there is more than one path to the top of the mountain. And in this very moment, all you have is all you need. See, somebody lied to you and told you that life is about acquiring more to move forward. And what if I told you that getting to the top of the mountain was not about acquiring more, but about becoming more? That if you can become, then you will find your authentic path to the top. Everybody wants to go to the top, but nobody wants to discover new ways to climb there. Find your authenticity. Discover your identity. We're all told, if you want to get to the top, follow the leader. But that is a broken mentality. Yes, leaders are necessary, but we must be fully aware when we have been called to lead, to blaze our own trail, to discover a new way. It's daunting, it's exhausting to get to the top. But there is more than one way, and you will discover that way by not acquiring. So it is not the more that you get, the faster you will go. It is the more you become, the quicker you will elevate. And so getting to the top of the mountain has more to do with becoming than acquiring. What is your mountain? What is your trial? Who is the giant standing in front of you? Name it and defeat it. The climb is just as important as the arrival. The top is the end game, but the process is what will make you. Think lightly of yourself and deeply of this world. Life begins at the end of your comfort zone, at the end of your ego and your insecurities. But when you come to the end of yourself and the beginning of the understanding of our world, why we are here and what is our purpose, then all of a sudden everything changes. Think lightly of yourself and deeply of the world. The world is vast. Over 7.5 billion people walk the face of this planet. There is so much here. Creation, the antelope, the trees, the mountains, the stars, people from every nation, in every tongue. And we have economy, we have industry, we have technology. We are more advanced than ever before. So take a moment and agree never to self-sabotage yourself. No more self-condemnation. That you cease to see the opportunities in this world. How beautiful our planet is. To think lightly of yourself and deeply of this world is an invitation out of your ego, out of your insecurities, out of what you think you cannot do. It is to look beyond your program. It is to think of your legacy. It is to think of what you will leave behind. It is to think of your contribution and your impact. Even in this moment, in the midst of trial, in the midst of tribulation, ask yourself the question, what can I contribute? You see, conflict is necessary. Trial is needed. It causes us to create, to be proactive, to be inventive, It moves us to become pioneers. What type of mark will you leave on the earth? What will be your legacy? Man has always been haunted by the vastness of eternity. And so we ask ourselves, when we are long gone, will our names remain?
You're broke? Welcome to the club. You're scared? Welcome to the club. You're not sure? Welcome to the club. There is nothing, I mean literally nothing you are facing right now that the great ones didn't face before. It ain't just you dealing with it. Everybody got to deal with insecurities. Everybody got to deal with fear.
And you might have to say, I'm going to get through this over and over and over until you believe it.
The great ones fight through. Everyone has challenges and setbacks. That's a part of the journey. Can you please do you a favor and get out of your head?
You're still wishing and you're still hoping for it. You're still planning. Like you've been planning this for 5 years. Get out of your own head.
Because once you taste that success, I want you to keep eating. Once you get success on your lips, I want you to keep drinking. Once you understand the keys of success, it's not the end, it is only the beginning. Because you understand, once you get that breakthrough, you finally understand what you're capable of.
Purpose is bigger than the pain, and the promise is bigger than the process. And I know it's hard right now, and I know you feel like quitting, but you gotta understand there is no tomorrow. There is no tomorrow. Stop lying to yourself and telling yourself that you have time. See, the greatest lie that you have believed far too long is that you have time. You have time, that there is a tomorrow, that you can drag your feet and you can crawl. Sometimes you gotta run. You can't crawl towards some dreams. You can't walk towards some dreams. Some dreams you gotta run toward. You gotta run, baby. Run, run, run. Run after it. Run like there's no tomorrow. Run like you know you deserve it. Run like you know that there is nobody else that can attain it. Run after it.
You got a lot more to do. All you got to do is get out your way. All you got to do is believe. And all you got to do, my friend, is to start. And I mean, start now.
There is a boat that you're going to have to take to this island. And when you get to that island, there are many mountains you must climb. But in order to get to the top of that mountain, you got to burn the boat you came to that island on. And see, for many of you, you keep giving yourself options. You keep giving yourself ways out. There is a mentality that must be adapted in order for you to win. And it's called, there is no tomorrow. There is no tomorrow. You got to start now.
The gift of now is powerful. This is a day that you have never seen before, and this is also a day that you will never see again.
You said the same stuff last year. Broke, that was your excuse last year. I'm too busy. That's a good one, but not good enough. Why are you busy and running from your purpose? Nobody will help me. Woe is me. Nobody will support me. Honestly, until you start, for real, until you launch, there ain't nothing to support. People tired of hearing you talking about it. We can't help you. We can't support you until you get started. Start now. No time to wait.
You have a purpose. It is imperative that you do not waste the time that you have been given.
Stop talking about your imperfections. Start now. Ain't nobody perfect because you'll never be perfect.
Start now. You got haters. With all your haters, I've been telling you since the 90s, if you don't have haters, your vision is too small.
You gotta dream big, start small, act now. Dream big, start small, act now. See, stop waiting for the temperature to change. Stop waiting for your feelings to be in check. Stop waiting for everything to line up. It's never gonna line up. It's never gonna be perfect. You just gotta jump. You just have to jump. You have to believe in yourself because you already know what defeat feels like. You already know what the pain feels like. You already know what uncertainty and doubt and insecurity feels like. You already know what failure feels like. Give yourself a chance. Let's start now.
You have a life assignment. And in order to fulfill your assignment, you're going to have to take advantage of every hour and every minute that you are gifted each day.
Anybody who has ever achieved any level of success will tell you you got to get out of your feelings. Your feelings are going to keep you locked in a prison of paralysis, addicted to a drug called comfort.
This is your dream. I mean, this is your passion. For real, this is your goal, which means you got to drive it, which means you got to get in the driver's seat, which means you got to grab the steering wheel and you got to make it move, even if you got to start this trip alone.
Now, I know that there are some things that you have been hoping will happen. I get it. I'm a visionary. I'm a dreamer, but I'm also an action taker. And today I want to encourage you to go beyond talking about what you want to see happen and get to work.
You pick up your support along the way. You pick up your help along the way. But every great person, every great woman, every great man, they started their journey all alone and they picked up help, support, and momentum along the way. Nobody can help you do anything until you start. So you got to start now.
You have to change your perspective. You have to change your expectation. And you got to believe that this time the light's going to come on. This time your parachute's going to open. Anybody that's ever achieved any level of success will tell you they had to jump.
Because the great ones pushed through. They had the same thoughts you had. Don't you think you're the only one thinking these thoughts. They had the same thoughts you had, but they pushed through.
Steve Harvey said this years ago. If you want it, you got to jump. You got to make that move. And you can't wait to feel right. You can't wait to be comfortable. You can't always be calculated. Sometimes you're not going to have all the answers.
I don't want you to be a superhero to everyone else and then turn around and let yourself down. I want you to appreciate and utilize the gifts, the talents, the skills, and the positive attributes that you have been given.
You are not afraid to fail, my friend. What you are afraid of is success. Because all you had inside your head for so long is those negative thoughts. The whole time you've been talking yourself out of it, and everybody around you been trying to talk you into it.
Give yourself an opportunity. Walk through the door. It's waiting for you. If you can't find a door, you got to build a door. Stop waiting until the conditions are perfect to begin and make the conditions perfect. Stop waiting for resources and become resourceful. Stop it, stop it, stop it.
You get to choose how you will spend your time and energy. You get to choose what you will do with your now.
What are you waiting for? The perfect time? There is no perfect time. The perfect season? There is no perfect season.
Because you don't even have to be here. You don't even have to be alive. If you are listening to me right now, every breath that you breathe is mercy. And you better take advantage of that. It is a gift that did not have to be given to you. And so act now.
So let's stop talking about it and let's get it.
Remove yourself from the list of people that have disappointed you, that have lied to you, that have let you down. You are number one on that list. Remove yourself The real you is breathing down your neck, begging you to manifest. Stop lying to yourself. Stop letting you down.
You gotta kill the blame game. Stop blaming it on the person that walked out on you. Stop blaming it on the person that overlooked you. Stop blaming it on the person that undervalued you. Stop blaming it on the person that did not promote you, that did not see it, that did not believe it. Stop blaming everybody and look yourself in the mirror. It's your fault you failed. You started the year with a little motivation and a few ideas, and it all tanked before February. And the thing you gotta ask yourself is, am I gonna repeat my history, or will I blaze a new trail? Because history for many of you is insecurity. History for many of you is depression and anxiety, and that substance you can't shake, and that person you can't leave. History for many of you is, they're better than me. History for many of you is, nobody will show up if I build it. I don't have the time. I'm not good enough. It's time to get out of the way. It is because of you that you are not where you want to be. You are the issue. It's you. Your issue is you. Nobody has lied to you more than you. And so here's what I need you to do. Go find a mirror, go for a walk, go for a drive. Tell yourself, this is my year. You gotta be willing to do what 98% of the people in this world are unwilling to do. You gotta eat differently. You gotta work differently. You gotta think differently. You gotta talk differently. You gotta walk differently. If you want elevation, if you want next level, if you wanna see this thing differently this year, everything you do has to change. Your insecurity has been in the way too long. Your jealousy, your envy has been in the way too long. The fear you've been wrestling with has been in the way too long. Get out of the way. It's time to stop watching 2% of the Earth's population crush it, win, execute, finish what they start, do what they say they're gonna do. Snap out of it. You got work to do. I get it. If we pull up your history, we'll find a lot of brokenness. We'll find a lot of trauma. We'll find a lot of empty places. If we pull up your history, we'll find a lot of failures. This must be the year that you are not defined by your history, but you fulfill your destiny. Why are you here? What were you placed here to do? Get to work, get to work, get to work. Because if you continue to lie to yourself, you won't be able to diagnose and treat your condition, your dysfunction, your disorder. In order to treat it and change it, it must be identified. And once you identify it, you got to accept this reality. And the problem with many of you is you have not accepted the fact that you are lazy. You have not accepted the fact that you are inconsistent. You can't diagnose what you have not identified. Sometimes you need to go find a mirror and tell yourself with tears in your eyes, I am the problem. Once we stop accusing everybody else for our inconsistency and our lack of execution, all of a sudden the world opens up. We all need to get serious about our lives and ask ourselves the question, what is my God-given destiny? Why am I here? Why have I survived? Some of the most brilliant minds of our generation are high school and college dropouts. Let me ask you a question. When are you going to drop out of the mentality that you are not enough? Please, please, do yourself a favor and dispense with the excuses that you don't have time. Dispense with the excuse that you're not good enough. Dispense with the excuse that nobody will show up if I build it, that too many people are better than me. Drop out of the, I tried it last year and it didn't work. No, you didn't work.
Doubt's gonna knock at your door, and insecurity's gonna knock at your door, and adversity and trial and tribulation is gonna knock at your door, and difficult tasks gonna knock at your door. And so you need to be prepared. Ready or not, it's coming. Are you prepared? If you're gonna win the year, if you're gonna win in life, then you gotta be prepared. You need perspective and you need discipline.
We get into this information constipation state where it's like we know all these things to do. And really it puts us in a state of paralysis because it's like you heard it all before, you've seen it all before. I mean, really, social media has made the world so small, right? Information travels at the speed of light. And so you got all this information. And so we become sedated by information. We become satisfied and content with the fact that we know to do good. But to know to do good and not to do it is a disease. It is wickedness. The time is now to start applying what you know. What's the point of taking notes? What's the point of buying courses? What's the point of joining communities? What's the point of making the investment? Some of you have journals full of dreams and no action has been taken. You will find that the men and women that turned the world upside down were the ones who got out of their own way. Get to work. You owe you.
A lot of us, we watch everybody win in every facet of life. We watch the underdog rise under the lights. And we think to ourselves, when is it going to be my time? When is it going to be my time? And in order to be next, you got to see this thing differently. You got to change the way you live, you eat, you walk, you talk, you think. And once you walk in that newness, then you'll be next. When inconvenience becomes pleasure, when you have your mind made up that no matter how you're feeling, every day you're going to give it everything you have. You're going to give, you're going to see, you're going to sow, you're going to serve, and give it everything you have. Then all of a sudden the world opens up to you. Come to the resolve this year that dedication, discipline, perspective, preparation is going to be your new code of conduct.
Motivation has an expiration date. And when motivation dies, discipline must take its place. The only way you're going to do, the only way you're going to accomplish, the only way you're going to execute is if discipline takes the place of your motivation. But until that motivation expires and evolves into discipline, you will never become who God has called you to become. First, we conquer the day, and then we execute the week, and that week turns into a month, and that month turns into a quarter, and that quarter turns into a year, and then all of a sudden you look up and you're no longer just this motivated onlooker. You are a disciplined, desperate, dangerous fulfiller of destiny. What in the world are you waiting for? There are people that are depending on you. God placed you in this world to do something. Get to work. You may be average, you may be ordinary, but you have the opportunity every single day to make extraordinary decisions. And what you do today will determine your future. The future is very expensive. The currency to get to the future, the bridge that we build, it is built on your daily decisions, your habits, your programming, the way that you think, the way that you talk, the way that you walk. Blood, sweat, tears, sacrifice, people that you have to let go, sleep that you have to lose, multiple jobs that you have to work, hours on end of study, beating on your craft every single day. It's not easy, but it's worth it. There are going to be nights you're going to cry yourself to sleep. There are going to be times you're going to want to throw in the towel. But if you keep going, your future self will thank you. If you could hear your future self talking to you now, the future you would say, thank you for not giving up. Thank you for not throwing in the towel. Thank you for not allowing the despair and the anguish and the anger and the bitterness and the jealousy and the ego to eat away at your progress and your perseverance and your ability to travail and endure. I believe in the future. Number one, you got to get crystal clear about who you believe you've been destined to be. Because everybody's looking to manifest. We are all looking to evolve. We are all looking to level up. What is your life's purpose? What is your destiny? Why on earth are you here? What is it that you can do today to get closer to the fulfillment of that future, to get closer to the manifestation of the future? What are you doing today? What are you giving today? Remember why you had to let some people go. Remember why you're working so hard towards this thing. You're pressing, you're pushing, you're clawing, you're dragging yourself through mud and through murky water. Come on. Remember why you're doing what you're doing. It may be difficult. It may seem impossible. The moment that you discover why you're here, spend the rest of your life executing. There are going to be times where you give everything you have, and everything that you have is not enough. Push through the pain, push through the anguish, push through the brokenness. Do not stop. It's the no quit mentality. Wherever you are now is not where you're going to end up. You are special, and you've been designed to change the world. So many of us want so many different things, and our life is filled with entertainment and recreation and people that we have not appraised. Have you appraised your connections? Have you done a scrupulous evaluation of everyone in your life? Are they assets or are they liabilities? Yes, you want the future, but what's your plan? And then the moment that you create the plan and you've ironed out all the kinks and you're crystal clear and you've got this plan, you've got this aim, this target, then you got to stay committed. With tears in your eyes, you got to be committed when your brain is hurting. You got to be committed when you haven't gotten sleep in a few days. You got to be committed. You got to plow through that depression, that heaviness, that weariness. And you got to cling to the joy of the thought of the future that if you finish this course, then there is a reward at the end of this pain. You may feel as though you are not able to breathe now. You may be inundated with responsibility, and it seems as though there is no way out of this. You have to be grateful for the ground that you've gained and guard the ground that you've gained. Celebrate the small wins. If we keep looking at the big picture, if we keep looking at the end game, if that's all we fix our eyes on, then we'll get off kilter. We'll lose our footing and we'll walk around discouraged because you're not going to just wake up in one day and fulfill destiny. It's the process that's perfecting us. It's the ins and the outs and the nuances. It's the song and the dance between destiny and the journey and the process and the promise. And we've got to learn how to execute the day. Give us this day. We've got to learn how to execute the day. That you conquer the day. I'm not where I'm supposed to be, but I'm not where I used to be. And so we've got to celebrate the small wins, those mental wins, those emotional wins, those relational wins, those financial wins, those spiritual wins. We've got to celebrate. And then we've got to be kind, not only to others throughout our process, but we've got to be kind to ourselves. The problem with many of us is that we're not kind to ourselves. Be kind to yourself. You can be assertive, you can be direct, you can be firm, but you can have a little empathy and a little kindness, not only on others, but on yourself. Because the truth of the matter is you are not going to always feel like doing what you were designed to do. Okay? And so we've got to condition ourselves for the stretch. With gratitude, we're going to need that coupled with patience. The future takes time to manifest. The future takes time because you are beautifully equipped to get the results you are currently getting, and there are some bigger results that you are after. And in order to get those results, in order to manifest that very specific future, you're going to have to acquire a different set of skills, a different work mentality. It's going to require you to become a different version of yourself. Elevation is all over you. Okay, next, you got to seize the opportunity. There are so many opportunities for you to grow, so many opportunities for you to learn, so many opportunities for you to share, for you to give, for you to understand, for you to think, for you to be quiet, for you to speak. And you've got to know when to do, what to do, why to do. This is the paradigm of the future. The future has a specific paradigm that you have to execute. You have to walk in this. You're going to have to move from limited beliefs, and you're going to have to move into limitless believing. You have to know your boundaries, establish your guardrails. You got to know your weaknesses and your strengths. Do not stop. It's the no quit mentality.
You mentioned there about some of the prices that people need to pay in order to be who they are. Yeah, I'm fascinated by this question. I'm fascinated by the cost of entry, price of doing business, to be a person that other people admire. What do you wish more people knew about the price of success in life?
Right, because if you turn around and look back with open eyes at your life, you see all the scars. You know, I mean, you can't. The only way you cannot be humble in old age is when you refuse to look at the reality of your life up to today. That's the only way.
Because nobody's skating through it perfectly.
But this is what drives my business endeavors today. This is the core of what drives me. Okay, there is no business out there that I can take on. There is no monetary endeavor that I can take on that is worth the gamble of me losing me.
Because most people think I'm just some animal who runs and yells and just says fucking motherfucker all the time. And that's nowhere near the truth. That's maybe what they see in a 1 minute video. And that's what people believe. But there's a lot of thought behind a person being a born loser, becoming who I am today. You don't just wake up and just rocky. You gotta wake up and think about, there's a process to getting better. And that process is never finished.
Understanding that there isn't anything better that can happen to you than what happens if you tell the truth. Right? No matter what it looks like to you in the moment. It's a strange thing, but I can't see how it could be otherwise, because you have to hypothesize that you're going to align yourself with life, with nature, with society, with God, with yourself by lying. No one believes that. You might think you can get away with it. That's way different, right? But no one believes that.
But it's so much easier to figure out who you're not. Then if you start eliminating the who I'm not, by sheer mathematics, you end up
moving toward
who more of what feeds you and who you are. And it's a hell of a lot easier thing to go, how can I get rid of some bullshit in my life, than it is to go, well, how do I go to my true self?
I was not always this strong guy you see. I went through a lot of hard times in my life to get here today. All I wanted to be was an uncommon man. In my whole life, I was not that. I was 6'1" and 300 pounds. I walked in the recruiter's office and he looked at me and he said, "You're fat and you're black." He said, I basically had to lose 106 pounds in less than 3 months. I came back 3 months later, 106 pounds lighter. Thank you. You have to wake up and you have to give yourself belief. It's about gaining control of your mind, putting things back in the proper perspective, and then saying, I really do want to be here. With every obstacle, I look at it as friction now. Without friction, there is no growth. You have to have friction in your life to grow. So I start looking at all these different things versus the woe is me mentality. Like, oh my God, look at my life. My life's so f***ed up. I come from this family. I'm being beaten. I'm being abused mentally, physically. I start looking at it as a perfect trial ground. So I had to flip it upside down and say, okay, I'm suffering tremendously, mentally. Use this to your advantage versus your disadvantage. So that's what I did. Versus looking at it as like, oh my God, woe is me, I'm never gonna get out of here. I looked at it as, okay, hang on a second. If I can overcome this, if I can find some power in this, some way to get through this, that right there will be the fuel for the rest of my life. And so I found great strength in suffering. It showed me even more of what we have as humans, if we're willing to go there and we're willing to push that extra step. A lot of people, man, how do you do what you do? At the end of the day, I ask myself one question: can I take one more step? And usually the answer is yes. So if you can answer that question and not take another step, that is real failure. That is real quitting. A lot of people can take one more step, but they choose not to. I don't know if you can take 2 steps. You got to answer that question after you take the first step. But I can always take one more step. So if I choose not to, that's on me. And I got to live with that. There's a lot of people in graves who have lived 100 years and have never started their real journey. Your real journey starts when you go outside that box and you start climbing mountains. And start climbing mountains. And it goes on and it goes on. And just when you're getting ready to quit, you crest that final mountain, you get down and you look, and there you are. But you cannot find your peace you're looking for in yourself until you've overcome yourself.
Sometimes progress is the W. Like maintaining in some seasons is winning. This has been my big focus right now. And I'm not the first person to say this, but just winning the day. And Bill Ackman had this hard season where he was getting divorced. He just lost $4 billion. And he was not him today. He was earlier on his career. So, I mean, it was just the worst. And it was just a terrible slog. And he said one of the difficult parts about that period is that there was no one thing that was like, oh, I can tackle this today. Like you're not going to finish the divorce today. You're not going to undo the $4 billion loss today. And so it's like when you have these larger, more complex negative things that do scale, it's like, how do you navigate through that? And for anyone who's listening right now, it's like, maybe it's the bad breakup, maybe it's or maybe you're getting divorced, right? Or maybe it's like the business isn't working the way you want. It's like, and there's like 10 things that you have to fix. And so he had this very tactical advice, which I liked a lot, which is he just tried to make progress, and that was it. And he said, you know, in a day, it's almost negligible, right? But at 30 days, you're like, okay, I moved this. And at 90, you're like, wow. Does this mean that our mood is still being dictated by circumstance? Yes, I'll be honest. Yes, it does. But I think many of us have this ideal. We'd love to be in a great mood in the absence of things to be in a great mood about. But I had this one great podcast today. I'm going to make that thing the thing that's making this a great day. And then if I can make that great day, then maybe it can be a great week. And then trying to expand those, basically like let those good moments eat up the season in actively trying to minimize all the down things and super, super focus on those moments and be like, cool, I had that good moment. That's my day. Day's made. And I'm trying to even say that more. Basically, I've had to recalibrate my entire scale to how little of a thing can happen that makes my day. How little of a thing can happen that makes my week. How little of a thing can make my month. How crazy would it be if a year from now I say, that was a great year. I'm putting a huge amount of my discretionary effort into this because it's my belief that right now, what will prevent me from achieving my ultimate goals, because that motherfucker's not gone, is running out of steam because I don't need to do this. Like, I don't need to work this hard. I'd prefer to make the ride more enjoyable.
Realize it never mattered to begin with. What's that?
If you want it all, life will give you nothing. We're willing to sacrifice everything that we have for the thing that we want. And then once we get the thing that we want back the things that we sacrificed, which really just goes to the heart of the human condition, which is we want it all. And we're not willing to make trades. And so one of the reasons that I've actually, I would say, largely tossed out the deathbed regrets of most people is that what they do typically is they will have the bias of wanting the other path they could have taken without considering the cost of that path. So they say, hey, I was really successful and I did all these things, but I would give it all up today to have my family. It's like, well, yeah, but you didn't, because you actually chose the path that you're on and you weren't willing to do that. But what you are saying right now is that you want it all. Sure. So does everyone. And so I've had a few moments of clarity over the last, year or so, but we want everything without the cost, and everything has a price, and you will never be able to get the sufficient price tag paid on everything to achieve a modicum of success in any domain unless you are willing to trade from another. And I think that has significantly minimized my regret.
We give up our 20s for our 30s. We give up our 30s for our 40s, our 40s for our 50s, and we trade everything we achieved in our 30s, 40s, and 50s to get back to our 20s.
We give up the thing we have most of for the thing that we have least of.
And we give up the thing that we want for the thing that's supposed to get it. I will become happy when I'm sufficiently successful, and I will sacrifice my happiness in pursuit of success so that I can become sufficiently successful so I can finally be happy. We spend our 20s wanting to be richer and older and have a family. Then we start that in our 30s and we gain more wealth and do the family thing. And then we get to our 40s and we've got more responsibilities. We've accumulated all of this stuff. And then we think, God, if only I could go back to my 20s. But you were fucking miserable in your 20s. You hated it. You had no idea whether you were going to be successful. You were constantly concerned about money. You were desperately needing validation from all of these people around you. You were permanently in dissatisfaction about this stuff.
We already know how the movie ends when we go back and say we want to relive it. And you can't relive it under the same context because uncertainty is the largest part of the story.
Perhaps golden years can only happen in our memory. Nobody believes that we're living through a golden era right now.
We never think we're in the good old days. But the good old days are always now. I have spent a huge amount of mental resources accepting suffering and not saying that there's something wrong with something bad. Like a huge amount of mental resources go into this because I've been better and faster at correcting the loop of like, oh, I am not happy with this particular thing, and therefore there's something wrong.
Yeah. So fix the story that I tell myself as opposed to fix the thing.
And that's been super helpful, with the addition of everything that I remember will always be better than it was. And the nice thing is that there's tons of science that backs this up, which is that we learn through reward and punishment. Punishment fades with time, no matter how bad it was. Like, you get drunk, you get hungover, you say, I'll never drink again. 7 days later, you're out drinking again. Why? The punishment of the hangover fades quickly. You are with somebody for a while, you're like, this bitch is crazy, or this guy is crazy, and then you break up, and then all of a sudden, what do you remember? The good times. Because reward sticks. And in some ways, there's a little bit of a hopeful message there, which is that when you look back on your life, you will disproportionately remember the good times, but it only becomes a problem if you limit the present, which is the only thing you've ever actually lived in. When I think about a business and I want to grow it, for example, I would think, okay, what are all the things that can destroy this business? And this is Charlie Munger, this isn't me. But basically, he says, invert, always invert. And Einstein said that too. And it's because, like, you get to use this way stronger horsepower engine of, like, how do I grow my business? You could obviously think that way, but the alternative would be like, how would I absolutely destroy this business in the fewest possible moves? And then when you list out those moves, you're like, cool, now let's do the opposite of that. Yeah. And that has been, honestly, some of the sources of my greatest kind of creative moments have come from these apparently obvious things that would kill us. Well, what if we did the even more obvious thing and did the opposite of what would destroy us? And it's worked better than I deserve.
Figure out what you want. Ignore the opinions of others. Do so much work, it would be unreasonable that you fail. Realize it never mattered to begin with. Help others once you get there. You've already achieved the things you said would make you successful.
Yeah, the first 5 steps there is basically my master life plan. I had a pretty terrible first out of college experience of work, but from that I learned some of the most important life lessons that I still take to this day. And that boss particularly said one thing to me one day. She said, figuring out what you want is 99% of it. She said, once you know what you want, getting it's the easy part. And I kind of adopted that as a worldview, because it's like, once you're really clear, like, this is what I want, then everything that's not that is what I'm willing to give up to get it. Now, that thing can change. And I think that's the part that people miss. And I think we should all have permission to change what we want in any given moment, and not having basically sunk life bias of, like, I put 10 years into this thing and that's okay. And that's what I needed to do at that time. And today I'm going to change everything. It's been super helpful for me to not think of my changes as permanent, because it's allowed me to make such dramatic changes in my life or my business much faster than I think most people have been willing to, because there's this weight of forever on top of everything. Like, I can do this for today, and tomorrow, if it still works, I will do it for tomorrow. And if 5 days from now or 25 days from now, if I work this way, I then say, you know what, I need a day. People are like, oh, he's burned out. It's like, I took a day because that's what I needed that day. And I think giving myself permission to have that freedom has allowed me to take significantly faster action, because who am I apologizing to?
Did you ever secretly want to quit before, but you stuck around due to expectation?
I did announce privately that I was retiring after my 5th win. I had a video on my phone I recorded of me, like, crying in my gym after a workout, being like, this is my last Olympia. That was really the only moment where I was like, I'm done, stepping away. And then I had to come back and be like, I'm not done, I'm doing this again.
Your reigning 6-time Olympian champion, Chris Bumstead!
When I started bodybuilding, it was kind of just like the gym was a beautiful place for me to go and escape and enjoy it. And I loved it. Started to see progress, and it changed over time. It just kind of like shifted into a bit of a pressure, and I started to tie my identity to it. And like, kind of like I needed a lot of aspects of it, and I never wanted to. But like, I made the decision to compete in bodybuilding. I'm making the decision to stay technically, but is it a free choice if I feel like I have to do it to be good enough? If I feel like my self-worth and my identity is attached to competing now. So this goal I have, this journey I have now has this intense tension, because it's not a positive choice. It's not a free choice of like, this is wanting to do this. It's like, I have to do this to be good enough. I wasn't getting anything from it anymore that was serving me. And then I had to like really be honest with myself, but clearly you were attached to that. And now you may lose it all. Would you be okay with that? Would you be okay with it all gone? Before it was like the love of the sport. It was love of bodybuilding. And then it became this attachment to this like need of like what came with it. And going into the last year, I wasn't enjoying it. It was more of an attitude of like, I have to go work out so I can win the Olympia. Mm-hmm. Rather than like, I get to fucking train today and I have the opportunity to be the best in the world if I do it right. It was just this different mindset shift that I realized in myself of why I was like, this isn't for me anymore. It's time for me to get off the stage because this isn't serving me and this isn't the proper reason, you know? Why you start something typically changes over time. Why you start something might have driven you, but now if it drains you, it's time to reevaluate what you're doing. All those stuff are incredible, don't get me wrong. It's not like I don't value having money and attention. Like, I'm human, I enjoy it, but it's not what was making me feel good day to day. It was taking away from my ability to be at home, and I would be like, I have to eat again, I missed a meal, I came to an event and I lost a pound. Are my legs big enough this year? I feel like my waist got bigger. Like, on that day, 10 minutes on stage, am I going to be good enough to be the best in the world? That pulls you away from being present in your day-to-day life because you're constantly worrying about that. And that's because I became more attached to the outcome than just the love of the game.
You said, I've found greater fulfillment in the journey of pursuing my goals than in the moment of achieving them. Why?
I'd say that comes to like the question I asked you of discovering what I was capable of. You know, there's been so many times where I've been in a prep and I felt way too far behind to win. And I had an injury last year when I tore my lat, tore my bicep. I was in the hospital, like all these different things going on. And I'm like, there's no way that I can do this. Like, it's impossible. And if I were to ever ask myself in the past, like, do you think you could win or get through this and do this? I'd be like, no way, it's impossible. But I was in it and I did it and I accomplished it. And I was like, I'm capable of so much more than my mind understands. And I think that's just the greatest part of the journey that I've achieved, is like that understanding of what I'm capable of and that belief in myself to what I can accomplish. And it only came through the journey. It didn't come through the winning. It came through the challenges that came along the journey and fighting through it and the beauty of all that. And on top of that, there's just been so many moments in the midst of things where like it's a workout or it's a diet or I'm starving or I'm doing check-ins or something. And I'm just like, this is incredible. Like, I'm peak condition in the world right now, fighting to be the best in the world, and I'm living in that moment right now. I'm doing this is what it takes. When people see something on stage, this is what they don't see, or what I'm feeling in my mind, but no one will understand what it takes to get there. I get to experience this every day, and I think it's just part of the human experience of feeling in life that's just so beautiful.
What does pressure is a privilege mean?
I think I first heard it from Tim Grover. His book Relentless put my mindset into like the focus on my mindset and competing rather than just my physical body, because I knew that's what it would take to like get to the next level. And I think after winning an Olympia, I was like, like I just showed my cards. People know what I'm capable of. Now there's no one I got to beat. There's no like second place, third place, like flow. It's like, no, you're the best. And unless you're the best, we just forget about you. So it was like this pressure I felt on myself, and it was coming externally for a while. And I was trying to like understand how I could gravitate that a little bit better without it kind of bringing me down and slowing down my progress. And I had to kind of function into the reality that the pressure was really coming from myself rather than externally, and that it's a good pressure. It's a pressure to be better and to become the best version of myself. And it's something that if I choose to use it properly, it's going to push me to be a better version of myself, to grow mentally, physically, my relationships, however I want it to grow, if I choose to take control of the aspects I have control over. It's a choice to put your perception of the privilege rather than a burden. And by taking the power back in that choice, pushes you in a direction of being better rather than holding you back.
What else does it mean to have a champion mentality?
Again, something that definitely elevated over time. Originally, it was like just winning, and it evolved into just like a no-quit mentality. It's accepting these fears I have, this doubt I have, this everything that goes through my mind, but regardless of that, not quitting and not giving up on myself. No matter how hard is the time or what I'm going through and whatever shit I feel, I'm going to still put in the same work, because champions not controlled by their outside circumstances. They control their own mind inside and how they act, and then the world goes on around them. I, the whole time, thought it was bad to be driven by like, oh, I'm not good enough, so I need to accomplish X to be good enough. And I don't think that's a way to live, but maybe that's a good way to start. A lot of people are driven to high levels of success by doing that, and maybe that puts you in a position of abundance, of success, to show you the things that are important to you, to give you enough confidence, to give you enough life experience to go inside and reflect on ways that you can find lasting, genuine self-worth. You know, maybe if you're like, well, no, you shouldn't do something because you're not good enough. Well, then maybe you never start, you know? Or maybe it makes you an incredible bodybuilder. You go on this huge run and you're able to go on this journey of self-discovery and then figure it out in the end. But I wouldn't have changed that going back of why ever I started, even if it was coming from a insecure or bad place, because it got me to the place I am now.
It's easier to do the things that you want to do so that you no longer need to do them than it is to try and release yourself of the desire overall.
I've always connected with the Jim Carrey versions of that. He has like a couple of quotes of it where one of them is specifically, I wish for everyone to achieve their hopes and dreams so they can realize that it doesn't make them complete. It's like, damn. And then the other one was his like ironic, I think it was Golden Globe. He goes up there and I don't remember it word for word, but he's like,
I'm 2-time Golden Globe winner, Jim Carrey, going to get some well-needed shut-eye. And when I dream, I don't just dream any old dream. I dream about being 3-time Golden Globe winning actor Jim Carrey, because then I would be enough and I could stop this terrible search for what I know ultimately won't fulfill me.
and then the whole crowd just starts laughing and they're all just, he's funny. And then like a few people you can see are like, whoa, he's beyond it now. And he's just like, when's enough, you know?
If you hadn't won, would you have still retired?
This year? That's an incredible question. I actually haven't even thought about that. Every year, and my sister one year looked at me in the Olympics. She's like, are you ever going to fucking believe you're going to win? It was like in between prejudging and night show when I just dominated the show. She's like, so you feel good about it? I was like, I don't know. Like, maybe I'll win. She's like, are you ever going to fucking believe that you're going to win? Like, and I didn't. And then the last year I went into that prep and I had those moments of, do I love this? Do I not? And I worked my way back to a point of like, this is the last time, and I enjoyed it. And I like loved the experience. But the whole time it was just like, am I going to win or am I going to not compete? That was what was in my brain. I didn't even think. And it was finally that point where I just believed in myself, where I knew like, I know what to do. I know what I'm capable of. And like, I'm going to come in and win if I do it. So I never even thought about it, but
that is a champion mentality, right?
But no, yeah, I like to believe that I would have retired, you know? And like I said, it's very different because my mind did just like release all these focuses where it opened up the ability to realize all these things that I had been holding that might have been creating tension in my life. So I'm in a state right now where I can't imagine trying to lock in and focus on being so selfish at something with life-changing like it is.
Modeling somebody's rise, not their result, I think is a really important insight that hasn't fully caught everyone's attention yet. Most people that have the platform to be able to give advice have got the platform because they're successful. And if they're successful, that means that they have done something for a sufficiently long time at a grand enough scale for people to consider them an authority, one form or another. But the problem is, you are at the beginning of your career, and they are the person at the top of the mountain. They can't remember what it was like to be a beginner.
Yeah.
So when you ask somebody, what is the key to success in business? And they say, well, you know, it's all about work-life balance. I think it's very important. You know, you need to be using your intuition and your gut. And you go, what did you do when you were at my stage? It's like, oh, everything was completely planned out and I didn't have any time for my friends or family. I should probably do what you did when you were my stage, not what you do now that you have the luxury to do whatever you want. What happens when it feels like that's being taken away from you? You kind of that old adage of you don't know what you've got until it's gone. You don't know what you valued until it starts to decrease a little bit.
Yeah.
So
I'm still unraveling why I wanted to quit before.
1 year prior to when you actually did it.
And that was the year I had a really bad injury. We discovered Courtney was pregnant. There was all this stuff going on. There was some all this like chaos in my life that was pulling me away from focusing on competing. And I was like, I couldn't handle all of it in the moment. And I was like, I can't do this anymore. And I was stepping away from it. And I realized I was stepping away from it in fear. And because I had so much external things muddying my decision of Is it because I don't love competing, or is it because of all these other things going on right now? The injury that almost made me lose, I should have dropped out. I kept pushing through all these things that I wanted to give myself an opportunity to try again and be in it and be like, is this still for me? And I feel like one of the most important things I've done in the last few years is like consistently reevaluate my values and try and make decisions based off the highest ones, even if in the moment I don't really feel like it's what I want. And the funniest little thing of what has made me feel better recently was working out again on a schedule and eating 5 meals a day and weighing out my food and having that little bit of structure of like, and not having to as well. It's like all this stuff's going on in my life. I don't know. I'm kind of lost. What can I do? Well, I can go work out again and I don't have to. So now I'm choosing to. Well, why do you still work out so hard? Why are you training so hard? It's like, well, because I love it. And then all of a sudden I start to feel better day to day, and it's these little changes. And I realize this is truly how I fell in love with the gym and why I'm such a big advocate of weightlifting. Like, I honestly kind of hope I don't inspire people to get into bodybuilding, because it's tough, it's fucked up, it's not good for your health. But I do want to inspire people to go lift weights, get in the gym and want to get jacked, because it's such like, oh, I'm lost, I don't know what to do. Just go work out. Apply some discipline, work hard, find something you love that's difficult, that shows you progress, builds confidence, and just go do it. And finding that next goal and working towards it. So I'm so grateful that I'm back to a point of like loving the gym.
Because what you're talking about, it's going to be difficult and things will be hard and you won't have the drive or the goal that you used to in the past. All of those things are kind of fluffy concepts, but they come into land. They actually sort of meet reality with, I woke up on the morning and didn't know what to do. I felt tired a lot. I didn't want to train. I was short and snappy with my business partners. I found myself getting distracted with lots of little tasks because it made me feel important and like people needed me. I packed my calendar out and did, because a lot of the time in advance of something happening, we probably have a good idea about what it's going to be like in the macro. But what we don't know is how it's actually going to appear, manifest in life. And it's navigating those things.
I needed to treat myself like a science experiment of like taking and removing pieces and see what's important. It's like, okay, bodybuilding was creating a bit of pressure and stress in my life. Is it everything related to that? Well, I'm not competing anymore. I don't need to eat on a schedule. I don't need to train at the same time. I don't need to leave my phone outside the gym and be locked in and focus as much. I don't need to wake up with my alarm. I can kind of sleep. I can do all these little things that I can let go of because now I don't have to, because the goal is different. But then I started to not feel good. And it was like, okay, it wasn't those things that weren't making me feel bad. Those were actually making me feel good. It was the outcome. Like I said before, oh wait, the structure and the discipline makes me feel better. It fills me with more confidence and ability to go do other things rather than taking away.
Regardless of whether it's in service of becoming Mr. Olympia.
Yeah. And I mean, I know those things, but like you said, it was, oh, I feel like shit. I don't want to do anything. And you're way harder to pull yourself out of that than if you caught it earlier. That's life though, you know? There's no direct ascent to the top. It's ups and downs and building a new self as you go.
What would you say to anybody that's lost direction in life in the way that you have?
I would say I'm still in the midst of it, but I do believe it will be for the better. I feel like the path I was on I knew when I was on it wasn't the best for me. So if I stayed on that path, I might not be lost, but I'm not discovering anything else. And at least in being lost, you might discover something new that's better. Nothing will be like the Olympia, but things will be incredible in my life. The gym has been like the thing for me of when I'm lost, it's always there. So having a constant in your life, having something within your control when things feel out of control to just go do, I think is so crucial. Just go work out, go lift weights, just get jacked and figure it out.
If you turn around and look back with open eyes at your life, you see all the scars. The only way you cannot be humble in old age is when you refuse to look at the reality of your life up to today. That's the only way.
Because nobody's skated through it perfectly.
But this is what drives my, it sounds ludicrous in my ears, but my business endeavors today. This is the core of what drives me. Okay, there is no business out there that I can take on. There is no monetary endeavor that I can take on that is worth the gamble of me losing me. It took me years of a lot of grief and pain and work to get to be who I am today in spite of who I was. And I don't want to lose that. I don't want to lose myself in business. I don't want to lose myself in trying to earn a better living, in trying to get a name, in trying to do this. It's like I have turned down so much because I've looked at it and I've asked myself, who's this going to make me be? Who's this going to turn me into? Even a little bit. And it's like, it's just not worth it. It's not worth it. And so I'm right now trying to find the balance in undertaking something that's not going to alter me, that I'm not going to lose myself, and then not succeeding at something because I was too afraid to try it. Never been afraid of failure before, but now I've got something I don't want to lose, and that's myself that I actually like, a me that I actually like.
The person that you have to spend the most time talking to in your life is yourself. Try not to lose that respect. How have you learned to have a better relationship with yourself, the voice inside of your head, to be kinder if things go badly?
I like me. I like me. I would buy me a drink. I look at me now and I see all the warts. Okay, I see all the negatives more than anybody else does. I see the positives. And over the whole balance of stuff, I like me. And I can give myself the same grace. If you and I were friends, I can give myself the same grace I can give you because I like me. I like me in spite of my understanding and the reality of my weaknesses and my warts and my scars and everything. But, you know, all in all, I'm a pretty good dude. And, man, you got to get to that point. Arrogance is pride mixed with ignorance. All right, that's the definition of arrogance. I'm not talking arrogance. I'm talking about, look, as a human being, I've failed at this. I've succeeded at that. I've wrecked this, but I've built that. And all in all, you know, I've tried. But I like me, so I'm going to give me some grace. And
I wonder how many people can say that. How many people say, I like me? They would give more grace, more care, more attention, more love to somebody else than themselves. There's a statistic around, I think on average, the likelihood that you are going to complete a course of antibiotics yourself is about 50%.
Right.
The likelihood of your dog completing it is 95%.
Yes. Yeah.
So we're literally capable of caring for a pet.
Right.
Nearly double as well as we can for ourselves. Remembering that if you die, no one can look after the pet. Serving others from a cup which overflows around your own is important. Tell me, how do you like yourself?
Find somebody that you like, that you genuinely like, and figure out what it is about them you like. I like that. That's something I like. That person is, they're understanding, they're gentle, they're hardworking, they're honest. This is what I like about that. And incorporate that stuff into your own life. If that's the stuff you like, then incorporate that stuff into who you are. And then you like yourself. It's not rocket science. But if we become the person that we like, I have come to the place in my life where when I meet somebody and they don't like me, and you can tell, I don't care. I like me. And it's enough.
You know, this was a lesson that I realized toward the end of my 20s, where I'd accumulated a lot of success and status in maybe the way that modern society tells a young man that he should, with freedom and notoriety and women and stuff like that. And that was cool and to look back on, fun. But it was beginning to get to the stage where I didn't like me all that much. I hadn't done anything bad, but I just felt like I was built for more. I was built for different, built for something else.
Right.
And I realized that I wasn't keeping promises to myself.
Right.
That if I said I was going to wake up at a certain time, the snooze button would be hit 3 times.
Right.
If I said that I was going to stick to my diet or go to the gym or do this thing, maybe it would happen, but it wouldn't happen quite the way that I'd meant it to. And there would be some negotiating and some cajoling and some falling short. You know, how can you have faith that you're going to go and do all of the things that you want in life when you can't not hit the snooze button?
Right.
Or you can't not cheat on your diet. You
Right.
can't not do, you are constructed by the tiny decisions that you make every single day.
Well, I'll just say I came to a place in life where I just didn't like me anymore. I wasn't a very nice person. And I was just very on edge, very angry. So I had to make some decisions. I can't continue to live like this. Angry, there's no benefit to it. You know, it doesn't fix anything. You know, anger, it just turned out, I'm like, this is not profitable. And this is eating me up inside. And I'm making stupid decisions. And this has just got to end. So I had to make some decisions. What's making me like this? I need to get it out of my life. And slowly over time, got a handle on stuff. And kind of got some of my perspective back.
So imagine that you had a friend, and every time that you invited this friend out for lunch, they showed up an hour late or they didn't show up at all. After a while, you'd stop trusting them and stop inviting them out at all. You are that friend to yourself.
Yeah.
And I think this is such an important lesson for people who want to be liked, who want to struggle socially, and want to become better. People like people that make them feel good.
Right.
They don't care that much about how impressive the person is.
So I was riding for an outfit in Alaska, guiding, and they brought in a mare, and the best I could understand, she was a retired barrel racing horse from here in Texas. And so when I signed on, they assigned her to me because nobody else, we couldn't put guests on her. None of the other wranglers wanted to ride her because her go-to was run. If something disturbed her, her head came up and it's run, just run. That's my answer to escape, to just run. And it wasn't something that I could physically fight and stop. And so that horse really made me step outside of the thought process of physically controlling something that has a mental, emotional issue and getting in her head and figuring out what can I do if the problem is mentally or emotionally, what can I do to get into her head and get into her emotions and fix that for her. And so what I did, and it's so simple, it probably wouldn't even make sense to a lot of folks. But while we were sitting there and while she was calm, sitting there at the ranch, waiting for others to get on their horses, I would just come in with the lightest little pressure and get her to tip her nose. Not pull her nose in, just give a signal, hey, tip your nose. So she'd tip her nose. And we just do that and just do that. And then when we get out on the trail and she started getting anxious about something and her head would come up, I would just default to that. And so she would find something that she was secure, the signal, and she would calm down and she would calm down. And working with that mare for the summer, I made huge strides with myself in stepping outside of the norm of trying to physically control something that isn't ideal.
Yeah, I mentioned that I had ridden a horse for the first time in Texas, and they gave me whatever the leader of the group is for the horse, whatever that's called. And I was right far at the back.
Yeah.
And this horse was eating. And the lady that was guiding the group said, just give him a little pull and he'll come along. I gave him a little pull. He didn't move. I mean, it is absurd to explain how strong these things' necks are.
Yeah.
And I'm like, so I don't think he doesn't want to come. She's like, no, just like a little bit more. I'm a pretty strong guy. So I was like, right, okay, I'll give it a big pull. Didn't move. I'm like, and by this time they're 100 yards away.
Yeah.
I'm like, still, it doesn't seem like you want. She said, no, like a really big pull. So I went mixed grip, like you do on a deadlift.
Yeah.
Set my feet into the stirrups and like 1 rep max this horse's head up. And finally he got up. And that was absolutely not the most efficient way to get him to do that thing. There would have been a much better way than me.
Right. Now, what I teach folks is I don't want his body. Okay. I want his mind. Now, if I physically, like you just went through, if I physically get his body to do what I want, but I don't have his mind, as soon as he gets a chance, he's going to go back again. But if I ignore the body and I get the mind, if I have the mind, I have the body. So in a situation like that, what I do is I don't pull his head up. Okay, I take the reins and I bounce that bit that's in its mouth. I bounce it pretty sharp. And he decides in his mind, I don't like that. I think I will pick my head up. I'm going to suggest to you that you decide it's in your best interest for you to pick your head up. And we go for the mind. And how much in life, you've got all these folks working for you here, and you can't physically browbeat and nag and threaten. You've tried. Does it work?
No. They're belligerent.
Yeah, I've already heard stories.
Yeah,
it's just. But you want to make things so that they decide that if this is what Chris wants done, it's in my best interest. I want to go do that. Yeah. And again, it's communication, and again, it's getting in the horse's mind and working with the horse in that manner. I'll give you an illustration if I can. All right. One of the cardinal sins in my book is when I go to get on a horse and the horse walks off. When I'm part way up, I'm stepping up, I'm swinging my leg over and he's walking, he's leaving. Okay. That's a cardinal sin. So we have a difference of opinion here, me and the horse. It's like, I want you to plant your feet and I want you to be still while I get on, and then I'll tell you when I want you to go. He says, well, I want to go. So I'm not going to sit there and pull back and say, whoa, and do that one-legged hop along Cassidy down while I'm trying to get in the saddle. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to physically hold him back. I'm going to put my toe in the stirrup and I'm going to go to step up. And when he walks off, I'm going to step back out and I'm going to make him keep walking in a circle around me 8 or 10 times. I'm like, I wanted you to stand still, but you want to walk. I tell you what, I'm a nice guy. I'm going to let you walk. I'm going to let you do what you want in a controlled manner. You pick the tune and I'll pick the dance. And I'll make him walk around. He's like, I don't want to walk anymore. But you said that's what you wanted, so I'm letting you do what you want. He's like, I don't want to walk anymore. Okay, stop. Whoa. I want you to stand here while I get in the saddle. And he says, and it may take a couple of times, but after a while, he says, you know what? I think what I want to do is I want to stand here while he gets in the saddle. So we communicate. And when I got his mind, when I changed his want to, I didn't have to fight with his body. And so that's how you approach it. You understand and you communicate.
What have you learned about humans from working with horses?
Humans don't know how to communicate. Communication is our biggest weakness. That's not like the number, but that's something that lately this has been just really hammered home to me, working with horses and working with humans. And communication is a much more complex issue than I think many of us give it credit for. So you take a horse and a human, a relationship with a horse and human. All right. For that to work, there has to be communication. Well, we have a couple of problems here. First off, the horse doesn't speak English and we don't speak horse. All right. But as humans, we insist that the horse comes into our world, but we're too arrogant or too lazy or a combination of both to learn to speak horse. And horse's language is not verbal. It's all movement. It's all body language. It's all this. And so that is a problem. But another problem is us and the horse, we're predator animals. All right. The human we're predators. All right. We're designed to eat meat. Our eyes are side by side on the front of our face. We see one picture and we're designed to see what we want and go get it. The horse is a prey animal. They are the animal that everything that eats meat wants to eat. And so they have a complete different instinct. Their instinct is everything wants to eat me. You know, we wake up of a morning and we say, you know, I want to be a trophy husband. You know, that's my goal. I read it. Okay. What do I want to go get today? The horse wakes up and says, I don't want to get eaten today. Two totally different instincts. All right. So to be able to build a communication with a horse, we have to move into their world and learn to speak, but learn to think how they think. Well, I mean, we can say men and women are the same thing. You know, the women are different from men. They have a different way of thinking. And like I said, my wife, I've been married almost 34 years. And even today, there's things I say and she absolutely, what she heard is not what I said, and vice versa. You know, so if communication, and you cannot have 34 years of relationship with one person if there's no communication. I don't like the trend in this circle, men's motivation circle. I don't like the hustle culture as is being brought out and taught today. I don't agree with it because I think it's out of balance. I think young men need to know that, hey, it's okay for you to sit down and to chill and to think. Because I guarantee if you're in the weight room, pumping out all these reps and running on the machine, and then you're going into the cubicle and you flip open a computer and you're not thinking, you're learning, you're taking in, but you're not meditating on stuff and you're not thinking. But that can be taken so far that young men are made to feel guilty for just sitting down and thinking and relaxing. And I understand that there was a tendency in this country. We had a lot of young men that were not raised with dads. They weren't raised to work, you know, and so it's sitting on the couch playing the stupid Xbox, you know, not growing up learning to work. So that pendulum went too far this way. So now you've got guys who, in order to counteract that, they swung the pendulum too far this way. And a balanced man needs to be somewhere in the middle. He needs to be able to work, to do what needs to be done, to improve himself. And he also needs to sit around by the fire in the backyard and just stay balanced. There needs to be balance.
I wrote an essay about that this week.
Did you?
Would you mind if I read it to you?
Absolutely not.
I think type A people have a type B problem, and type B people have a type A problem. Insecure overachievers need to learn how to chill out and relax, and lazy people need to learn how to work harder and be disciplined. Given that you subscribe to me, I'm going to guess you're probably type A, some version of a walking anxiety disorder harnessed for productivity, as Andrew Wilkinson says. Here's the thing you may have already realized. Type A people with a type B problem get very little sympathy, because a miserable but outwardly successful person always appears to be in a much more preferential position than the content being lazy but on the verge of being bankrupt person. The problems of opportunity will always get less sympathy than ones of scarcity. One feels like a choice, the other like a limitation. I need someone to teach me how to be disciplined and work harder feels noble and upward aiming and charitable. I need someone to teach me how to switch off and relax feels dopaminergic and addicted and transactional and opulent. Every underdog movie ever has a training montage of someone working their life out by working harder. None included a guy learning how to log out of Slack at 6 p.m. or finally enjoy a beach holiday. Type B problems are just as tough as type A ones, but they require a much less sexy solution, peace, one that you can't achieve by just working harder. It seems like, especially with confidence, right, or self-esteem, there's a relationship between confidence and competence. So what you're looking to do is try and have what you believe that you can do be ahead of what you can do. Right. Now, you're not looking for it to be delusional. You don't want it to be able to believe that you can do something like fly, right? But you need to have a relationship between the two. But what people are asking for is for their confidence to be so far ahead of their competence or without having even been competent at anything in the beginning. And that's just delusion. That's fantasy.
Right. Well, I believe that you have to build belief. Belief is like, there's an after school special belief where the mom says, believe in yourself. And that's all great. But there's also a built belief. And the built belief is one, like for me, I came from a bad place. How I build belief is through the daunting tasks I put myself through. So that's proof positive that I can. So it correlates. And that's how this piece of shit kid that I once thought I was built belief by saying, I was in 3 Hell Weeks. I went to Ranger School. I tried out for Delta Selection.
Undeniable stack of proof.
That is proof, motherfucker. So whenever you think you can't, the confidence comes from the thing that you built. You must build belief. You must build confidence. It can't be like, hey, I'm gonna go knock that shit out. You gotta look over here and say, I can knock that shit out. Because a lot of people will say, when you wake up in the morning, pound your chest, and look at yourself in the mirror and do all this bullshit. I hope it works. What works for me is that everyday resume, the things I know I've accomplished, the things I know I've done, real hard work, the real calluses on my mind, the real calluses on my hands. That's it. You don't need to pound your chest in the mirror anymore if you have that. It's belief, and it's built on what you put in to yourself. I came from a small town in Indiana where there was a handful of black families. And a lot of people in that town, when you come from a town of 8,000 people, it's like we had a local plant, Great Dane. And you're like, you know what? I want to work at Great Dane and get a house next to my mom. That's what you know. So many of us come from these small places in our mind that we're not willing to think outside only what we've seen. Our mind works in such a small compartment. And one thing I was able to do was to dream. But I was able to dream outside those fucking 4 walls of that small town. Until you're able to really put yourself into that dream, but don't make dreams your master, that's where you truly become what you're destined to become. A lot of people sit back and they dream about being a sports figure, or dream about being a SEAL, or dream about being an astronaut. And all it is a motherfucking dream. They don't put the work behind the dream. When you become the master of your fucking dream is when you say, I want to go be a Navy SEAL. And you say, okay, I'm going to lose 106 pounds in less than 3 months. The dream was the one thing I thought about, and the dream was now gone. The dream goes away, and the fucking laundry list of fucking details and tasks come up. That's when you become the master of your dream.
Ryan Holiday says, talking about the thing and doing the thing vie for the same resources, allocate yours appropriately.
That's it. That's it.
That's the way it works as well. That's the way that the brain works. You can actually get these kicks of dopamine by telling your friends about, I'm going to be a Navy SEAL. I'm going to start my training next week. It's going to be great. I'm going to feel like this.
Feels good. It feels good to talk about that shit, man. It actually makes you feel good, makes you feel proud, all that shit. But guess what happens? That alarm clock goes off at 4 a.m. to train. I don't want to be a SEAL today. I don't want to be whatever today. I'll start tomorrow. And that's the usual pattern of people's lives. That's why I talk about clearing out the mind. Until you really want to do something, you're always going to be a talker. You're always going to run your mouth. So if you wake up in the morning and you don't want to do something, you don't care enough about yourself. And that's what you need to really research is, man, why am I not doing this for myself? That is the number one purpose in life, is to better oneself. So that's the only purpose I fucking need. So the reason I get up every day, even though there's no race or there's no school, or there's nothing in front of me, is because I have pride in myself.
But where do you go to? You wake up on a morning, it's cold, it's wet, it's dark, you've got no cartilage in your knee, you've got shitty shorts, whatever it is that's the issue today.
Keep talking.
You've got these problems, right?
I need you to keep talking about what you were just saying.
It's warm on the couch.
That's
Your
it.
missus says stay in
That's
bed.
it.
It's comfy.
That's
it's cozy.
That's
You've got
it.
work later on. You had an argument last night. You're
That's
slightly
it.
hungover.
Because I know every motherfucker ain't going to do what I'm going to do. So this is how you level up. That's how you level up. I know there's a whole bunch of people with that right there. That fires me up. That makes me fucking happy, what you just said. That brings joy to my life right there.
Why?
Because I know there's so many people that have the ability and just refuse to get off that couch. Refuse to study a few more hours. Refuse to go deeper, to go further. And that's where I gain the advantage. It's so easy to be great nowadays, my friend, because most people are weak. Most people don't want to go to that extra mile. Most people don't want to find that extra because it sucks. It's miserable. It's lonely. A lot of people wonder, how did you become this? How did you become so vulnerable? How are you doing a podcast now when you were this kid? You overcame things. You fought them. And now this is what happens. This is on the other side of overcoming. You become very, very powerful when you overcome yourself. All those things you once cowered from, you were afraid of, when you face them eye to eye every day, you now become exactly who you are. You've faced your demons. You were able to hear all your past traumas. When you go to war with yourself, you find a lot of peace because you know exactly who you are. And that is where the peace is really found for me.
I'm just stubborn, man. I just never give up. There's no world where I ever would have quit. When I was 11, I just said, I'm going to be a YouTuber. I'm going to die trying. And I meant it. And so people hate it, but I'm just the most competitive, stubborn person you'll ever meet. And I just never give up. I just really love solving consistent, complex, hard problems. I think that's like what gets me out of bed. And like the harder the problems, the more exciting it is. I'm like really good at just obsessing over one thing more than anyone else on the planet. If I were to say what's my superpower, it's that. I can just obsess endlessly about something, and it's just like kind of who I am.
When you think back over the last 10 years of your life and the success you've had solving some of these hard problems, if you were to like break it down into some core components that you've learned, one of them is obsession that you've said.
Yeah.
What are the others?
Like you are obviously who you surround yourself with, and luckily I just got around the right people. I feed off the energy of the people around me. The core crux of it is like extreme ownership, and don't make excuses, and take extreme ownership, take accountability. Like, sure, I guess it was out of your control, but it could have been in your control if you just thought through it more, if you just really cared. And that's what I was just trying to convey in it.
And the other thing that comes through in this, but also all of your work, is just this idea that nothing is impossible.
I don't know why, but when people tell me I can't do something, I don't know where this came from. It makes me just want to do it more, to be honest. If you tell me I shouldn't do something, that's fine. But if you tell me I can't, then it's everything in my body just wants to go, I obviously can. I mean, does physics allow it? Then yes, it's possible. It just, do we want to put the time in? I mean, I feel like people overcomplicate a lot of things. It's not that you can't do it. You just don't want to. You just got to really love what you do. I mean, and push through it. Something I always tell myself is, how you feel right now is why no one else does what you do. And if you push through this, that's just more of a reason why no one will ever be who you are. And so it's like, I think being able to push through unhappiness and do things you don't want to do consistently year after year over the course of a decade is like the ultimate advantage. Being consistently uncomfortable and like being able to consistently suffer over long periods is like arguably one of the deepest modes. Like, there's a reason no one makes videos like me, like not even close, because no one wants to live the life I live.
What 5 characteristics would I need to demonstrate to be successful?
You gotta be very coachable, because whatever I teach you today is gonna change, a year or two from now. Always learning, always improving. A big thing for me is you gotta see the value in working here. This isn't like a job, this is a career. Like, if you don't realistically see a world where you're working for me in 10 years, then it's pretty hard for me to invest into you at the level I want. Like, I don't like training someone for 6 months. They work here for a year and then I lose them. What I like is I train someone for a year And then I get 9 years of dividends on the back end where they crush at their job, and I'm constantly paying them more because they're becoming more valuable with time. Like, that is like the eighth wonder of the world, is investing heavily in an employee, and then they stick around for a decade. So coachable, sees the value, obviously obsessed. I just don't like working with mediocre people. I mean, I really just can't stand it. It's the fastest way to make me depressed, is if I have to work with someone who's just not all in and just loves what they do. Like I said, I think one of my greatest superpowers is my obsession. And I think some people would view that as a weakness, but I just like, if you just think about solving problems 3 times more than everyone else, like, you're bound to come up with different solutions. There's just a lot of, stuff like that I'm sure if you listen to like a Steve Jobs interview or something that he talks about, it's just the typical traits: obsessed, coachable, all in, sees the value.
And what is the single worst trait?
Mediocrity. I mean, it's just like, because they're not bad enough where you fire them, but not good. The problem is, like, I mean, and you see it in full effect. Great people just love working with great people. They do. And there's something about being around great people that pulls some kind of animal out of you that just makes you want to do more and push more and believe things aren't possible. And I don't know, when you put me around a bunch of other successful entrepreneurs, I just turn into a different human than if you put me around, I don't know, a bunch of people who are just running small businesses and don't really care and don't really have much ambition. I'm like 2 completely different humans. And you see that same thing in full effect. You put a bunch of A players around more A players, they just build off of each other. But you like put 2 or 3 C players amongst a bunch of great people, and they'll start pulling them down. They'll start making them not want to work as much, make work not as fun. And so everyone knows, get rid of the C players, right? Obviously, get rid of people who aren't all in, blah, blah, blah. It's the ones that are like, they're not an A player, but they're not a C player. So it's kind of hard because you still feed off the energy. And if you get enough of them, it just drags the overall culture down. So those are like the worst. But, when it comes to like the mission critical things like making videos and things like that, that's one of your number one jobs as leaders, just to make sure your great people are working with other great people. Because that's like the number one reason why people leave jobs isn't money. You know what I mean? That's like number 4 on the list. Don't ask me to list them all. I don't remember. I just know the number one thing is, do they enjoy who they're working with? And people will leave their job because they hate working with people way before they'll ever leave because of money.
What about your parents, mum and dad? You talk about your mother a lot. What influence did they both have on you?
Well, I don't really talk about my dad much. That's, a long story. Don't need to get into it. But my mom, honestly, it's great now. Me and my mom have a phenomenal relationship, but on the come up, it was pretty rough because in 2008, they were over leveraged. So we literally went bankrupt. And so my mom was working 2 jobs and, barely getting by. And so I didn't see her that much because when I was coming home from school, she was doing her second job. So it was a lot because she was the single mom raising us. She's working all the time. I don't talk about a lot of this. I have Crohn's disease. So I was very sick growing up. My brother also had issues as well. And so, we're not the healthiest kids in our teenage year. She's just trying to get by and take care of us. And then, she comes home and she just has this brat that's being annoying and like, I want to be a YouTuber. And she's just begging me. Sometimes she would literally cry and beg me to do homework. And I mean, I didn't mean it in a mean way, but I mean, even one time I literally told her, if you want my homework done so bad, why don't you just do it? That's what I told my mom. Like, what am I doing? I don't know. Like, I was just like, I don't care. Like, I just want to be successful. I want to build businesses, and bless her heart. Luckily it worked out. So now I spoil her. She's great. She has her second home. Anything she could ever want, she has. And so the first thing I did was start paying my mom, take care of her once I started making money, because she gave everything to like get me where I am. And I wouldn't be where I am now, but it was like me and her spoke different languages when I was younger. She didn't want me to end up like them, and get screwed and not have much money. And like her brain couldn't compute the world I saw, and my brain couldn't compute the world she saw, and it was constant friction. I mean, the thing is, nothing she would say was unreasonable, right? Looking back at it, she was perfectly reasonable in what she was doing. I'm just a deranged lunatic and was way too obsessed with building the business and way too all in. But to me, I don't really feel risk. Like, if anything, it like risk excites me.
Why did you want to really be a YouTuber? Because kids say that, but the extent to which you said it and the focus that you had on that particular goal of being a YouTuber? Because there's many things you could have focused on. You could have been a video game player or whatever, but YouTube is a particularly interesting thing because you're on camera, people are seeing it, there's a metric which decides how successful you are. Was there any element of the on-camera part that was helping to solve for like the feeling of isolation that you seem to have at that time?
Yeah, I think it's more to do with just, I found out that when I was at a young age, probably around 11, that there were YouTubers that are making hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. And I was just like, oh, that's it. Like,
so it's the money.
Yeah, of course, because back then we didn't have money, and I really wanted to take care of my mom and just my family in general. So it was like everything. It was like, this is what I love doing. I've never had as much joy doing something as I do this. Plus, I could see a path where I could actually retire my mom, take care of her, pay her back for all the nights she worked so long so we could live comfortably and things like that. So one thing that irks me is when people try to like put someone's motivation into like one little bucket. Like, we're very complex creatures, and like, you know, you have a girlfriend. I would never say, oh, you just like her because she's pretty, but you like her because she's pretty, but you probably also like her because she's smart. You probably also like her because, you know, she's fun to be around. She likes similar shows, blah, blah. You could probably give me 1,000 reasons why you like your girlfriend. It's like, it's very annoying when people try to put why you like doing a certain job or building a certain business into one bucket. Oh, you just do it because of money. What if I do it because I like money and I enjoy it, and it's a way to do this, and it's a way to communicate with people and community and these other things, you know what I mean? And I think that's a common flaw we try to do. It's like, it's not that simple.
I think it's a lot of people can't understand someone being so relentlessly focused on something with the level of like commitment and sustained commitment that you've shown.
I agree, because it's very weird. I can just have the same thoughts over and over and over and over again. It wasn't like it was work for me grinding YouTube for those 10 years or whatever where no one was really watching it.
It would have had to have been a deep obsession because you were doing it when no one was really watching or paying attention, or really when the platform was...
There was literally a day when I was 19 or 20 where I woke up, joined a Skype call with my friends, and we were reverse engineering, you know, why certain videos do well or whatever. And I remember that call being over 18 hours long. And then I hung up, went to bed, woke back up the next day, and instantly got back on the call and picked back. Like, that was the level of like hours we were putting in. I mean, I didn't know anything besides just trying to make it happen. Well, this is the life I chose. This is, you want success, you want to change the world, you want to do this and this is the price you have to pay.
Do you think the average person would like to be in your head? And secondly, are you happy?
No, the average person does not want to live the life I live or be in my head. They would be miserable because you're just working all the time, and they would probably just ask themselves, why am I working all the time? Why don't I do literally anything else? I mean, obviously I'm not a robot. There are times where I'm like, I really want to play the strategy board game, or I want to do this thing, and I look at the schedule and I'm like, oh, maybe I could do that in 4 days. The hard thing is, you really have to like be delicate with the framing of your mind, because it's very easy in moments like that to go, I'm like a zoo animal. Like, I don't have free will. I'm like a little robot to my businesses. And so you have to like be very careful. And sometimes those emotions take over. And especially because I'm a very defiant kind of guy. And I'm like, but I really want to do this thing, but I can't, because I got to go film this video, and I got to do this, and I got to speak at this conference, and I got to do this networking thing, and blah, blah. Yeah, I think most people, when that feeling comes up of like, am I just a fucking animal? Like, do I have any free will? They would probably get very depressed. But I've been able to like work through those, and just, I always try to, you know, your brain, you just got to control your thoughts. You should actually see this as a good thing, because this is why, which is why I'm very diligent about how I frame things in my mind. Like, this is why no one else will do what you will do. And this is a good thing. This is what you are feeling right now is your moat. You're lucky it's hard. Push through it and you'll be happy you did, you know? And so that's kind of how I try to view it. But no, I don't think most people would be happy living my life. They would be like, oh, let's just grab a couple $1 million and be happy.
Are you happy?
It depends what day you ask me. Right now I'm having a good time. You know, when I had the flu in Africa, sitting in a cage with lions, no. So
what's your baseline? How would you describe your baseline?
Probably this year, probably so far more unhappy than happy. And it's just, they're just things you got to do that just aren't fun.
As someone who is doing so well on a platform like YouTube, where the algorithm's always changing, so many YouTubers I speak to say that they get burnout. Eventually, they get like creative burnout, and they just like delete their channel. You've seen a lot of it recently over the last couple of years, where YouTubers hit 10 million and they just stop.
Yep.
Has that ever crossed your mind to stop?
Oh, of course. I
Really?
mean, all the time. But
Seriously?
yeah.
When was the closest you came to quitting?
Oh, I mean, probably countless times. I mean, I guess I never truly would have quit. I mean, my biggest thing would be I just would have quit for like a week and been like, let me sleep 9 hours a night and like.
I feel like YouTube is like throwing coal into a train, and you just have to keep throwing it in there once you've started. You just can never stop throwing it
Yeah,
in.
you're running on a treadmill cranked up to the max, especially if you want to be a top tier creator like me.
Yeah.
And it's just like, who can stay on the treadmill the longest? Because it never slows down. If anything, you're making it faster. But no, I mean, I don't think there's ever unironically a time where I actually would have quit. It just breaks probably would have been nice.
And when you think forward at that treadmill, can you see yourself doing it for the next 2, 3, 4 decades? Or?
Oh yeah, of course. I don't have any intention of ever stopping. To go viral, you have to do something that's never been done before. I've told this story before of like, you know, if you're driving down the road and you see a cow, who cares? It's a fucking cow. But if you're driving down the road and you see a purple cow, you're like, you've never seen that before. And it's something you weren't expecting. You're going to go, holy shit. And you're going to go tell your friends about it. You're going to remember that. You'll probably even think about it randomly once every couple of years. Why the fuck was there a purple cow? And it's like, it's the same thing. Just one was a little purple. And it like, you can apply that same like analogy to ideas. Like when you're scrolling through social media to find a video to watch, there's things that, you know, have been done before, you've seen. It's, you know, roughly similar to stuff before. You're just going to scroll past it. You'll never think about it again. Just like you'll never think about a fucking cow on the side of the road. And then there are ideas that are like the purple cow idea, which is what I try to do, which are things that make you go, what the? I've never seen that. Like, I have to click this or I'm not going to be able to sleep tonight because like, why is this video? No way they did this, right? But those typically are very hard. And usually to get that purple cow effect, they've never been done before. And if something's never been done before, there's usually a reason because it's very fucking hard. So you just kind of have to train yourself to like not resent very difficult, complex, hard, original problems and actually run towards them because those are the ones that, you know, tend to have more of the purple cow effect where people have to watch it. It's way easier to get 50 million views on one video than it is to get 1 million views on 50 videos, right? And because it like kind of goes exponentially and it's pretty winner take all on the top videos, like you just really have to lean into that purple cow effect, if that makes sense. I mean, I think we'll hit 1 billion subscribers and I don't think anyone will be anywhere near close because like once you make a couple $1 million, why would you live the life I live? Like why? Why would you not take weekends off? Why would you not, you know, prioritize your sanity and that kind of stuff? It makes no sense, but that's why no one else does it.
One of my themes this year has been focusing on moments and on both the positive and the negative. And so like when we think back on, if I think back on last year, right, I don't remember probably 95% of the year. Like I did the same things. And so it's like, it just didn't get recorded. Like nothing notable happened. And so really like when we think about a year, we really just recall a handful of moments and that's it. And those moments in time are usually very short. And so I've been trying to think about the bad, seasons as, well, maybe it wasn't a bad season. Maybe I had 5 bad days, or really 5 bad moments that I then thought about for the entire season and turned what would have otherwise been 5 minutes times 5 into an entirely bad year. It's like, okay, well, if we can do that in the negative, can we do in the positive, which is, obviously the thing to exercise. I thought about that. It's like, if I were to boil everything down, of all the skills that you can learn, if everything that we do eventually becomes irrelevant, then the single greatest skill that you can develop is being in a great mood in the absence of things to be in a great mood about. Most people don't question someone who's in a bad mood. Like, I'm just in a bad mood. So it's like, well, if you can be in a bad mood for no reason, it's like, you might as well be in a good mood for no reason, because that one at least serves you. And so I've been trying to exercise, like, because there's, on one degree, there's like, let's count things to be grateful for. On the other side, it's like, why do I have to have things to be grateful for in order to be in a good mood? Like, why is trying to find things a requirement of being in that mood? Like, can I not find things and still choose to be in a good mood? Because I've certainly not had things to be in a bad mood about and been in a bad mood. And so I've been trying to flex that, which is like, sure, we can find things to be grateful for. And when those things pop up, yes, and of course it's a practice, you get better at it. But like, what if I can just be in a good mood? And so I've just tried to break that relationship between the two, because then it makes it contingent on something that I can find. To take this to the absolute extreme, why should I be grateful? Why should I be happy? Why do I demand of my life that I must be happy during it? I think it comes down to, I used the word control before. Basically, if you can predict, it means you can control. But if you can predict what's going to happen, it means that you know what the variables are and you can influence those variables, which you can influence the outcome. we have a set of behaviors or skills that will increase the likelihood of goal achievement, whatever that goal is. Being spiritual, being a good husband, whatever it is. These behaviors will do that. To increase the likelihood of me doing these behaviors, then I have to have more good stuff, less bad stuff. I will down that hill. Beyond that, what does anything that happened prior to this matter at all, insofar as it only works if I can use that same variable and then use it again to change my behavior yet again to be conducive to the goal.
Expectation of life is that it's going to be until I make the $1 billion, until I get married to the love of my life, until I get these things. You're just holding your happiness hostage until something great happens. What if something small could be something great? People only root for others at 2 times. First, when they're at the beginning of the race. Second, when they finish. Neither is when you need it. So you have to master the middle. The boring, exhausting, soul-crushing middle. That's where the winning happens on your own. People will only cheer for you as long as you can't beat them at the game they value most. Friendly reminder that every person who doubts you is right until they aren't. It's a bug, not a feature.
You know, the very, very beginning, people say, you know, I'm really excited for you that you're trying this thing out, right? And I noticed that everyone was very happy for me to try because I temporarily decreased my status. I actually became worse than them during that period of time. And then as soon as I achieved a level of success, which I then realized that their happiness for me was proportional to where they were on the ladder relative to me. And so as soon as I passed some people, then they stopped being happy and then they start, you know, saying bad things, right? And the people who were still always ahead were still like, keep it up, keep it up. And there's still people who have been that way my whole life. And I just wonder if and when I pass them, will they flip? I don't know. But also to the same degree, it was after you start the race, when you're in the thick of it, because you'll quickly pass the people who've done nothing. But then you have this long period of time where you don't catch up to the people who've been doing it for a long time. And that's the part where it's very lonely because you don't have your initial posse. You have to leave them at some point. But then you don't get to the new group that's, you know, way ahead and actually has some proof behind them that you can actually like sit at the table. And so like today, if I were to do something, I have tons of support. But I don't really need the support now. I needed it in the middle, right? In the many years that like no one knew who Alex Hormozi was. And that's the hard part. And I think it's the story that Morgan Housel tells, which is that you just don't know how it's going to finish. And that's what makes it hard. It's the uncertainty of like, what if I give up everything that I've done in my life for nothing? And then all of a sudden, if I knew that, then I wouldn't be willing to make this trade. But in retrospect, when you do have the thing, you're like, of course I was like, if I knew that this was going to happen, I would happily make the trade.
Yeah.
But you don't know. And so you're just putting the money down and they're rolling it, but you get to find out if you hit black 5 years from now.
It's why dealing with uncertainty is such a meta skill. And it's one that to be honest, it's one that I really suck at. I'm very, very not good at dealing with uncertainty. My required line of assurance in order for me to commit to a decision is incredibly high, which is why I've basically never failed at anything that I've done. All of the stuff that I've done, a string of incredibly slow but very reliable successes, is just because my required number of sort of justification points is very high. And you know, in retrospect, it might look like it was a risk. It's like, dude, I took so long to fucking make this decision. On the friend point, it's a painful realization that the small number of good friends want you to win in case you take them with you. And the large number of bad friends are scared of you winning in case you leave them behind.
The best way to know who a real friend is how they react when you win. And when that happens, you'll realize how few real friends you really have. Many people were like, sure, like good luck with that. But I knew that they just weren't really rooting for me. They were rooting for me to fail. They're rooting for me the wrong way. One of my rules is you should only take advice from people whose dreams for your life are bigger than yours are, which is a very small number of people. Sometimes it's your parents. Sometimes your parents really do have bigger dreams for you than you do. The people who are closest to you in the beginning, if they're like true, like actual friends, then you recognize that because they actually want you to win. And that's amazing. A lot of people don't have that. And so what I have felt, at least for me, was that when you're a little ahead is where the friction is. When you blow them out of the water and there's no question, like it's beyond reproach, they will do one of two things. They will either be really happy for you or they'll change the game that they're beating you at. That's great, but I'm in better shape. That's great, but my marriage is better, right? Like, or whatever, whatever game that they choose to play. People who doubt you will be right most of the time. And this further increases your uncertainty about the path that you're choosing to take. But on a long enough time horizon, most people who don't bet are guaranteed to lose. And so they get to win at being right more times than you get to win at being right. But what that equation doesn't take into consideration is intensity, which is, can I be so right one time that it makes all of the times that I was wrong irrelevant? And in the nature of life, the answer is yes, almost a resounding yes for just about every domain. Like, everyone can say that every person you've ever dated has sucked, and they can predict that you're going to break up until you find the person that you're going to marry. And in that moment, who fucking cares about the other 90 people that you went on dates with, that everybody said was a bad idea, or that you have a bad picker, or you don't have a good taste? It's like, well, you're not marrying them. I date in a way that's different than you would prefer. Great, but I did end up finding this thing. The first thing that I ever did was an online fitness thing, and it kind of worked. And then I did my first gym, and it kind of worked. And then I started all these other side projects. I got distracted, and I didn't know. And the downside risk is significantly smaller and more frequent. It's both. You're more likely to lose, and it's more likely to happen more times. It's just that upside is uncapped. And I think about this one a lot. So there's the story of the guy. Do you know the guy who wrote Jingle Bells?
No.
So
I didn't even know that was. I thought it was like Happy Birthday. I thought he was just gifted to humanity when we started.
So there's this guy. He has the most tragic life you can imagine. Just like did nothing but failed, was a failed everything, and his entire life was nothing. He just happened to write this small thing called Jingle Bells, and it has become, the #1 song at Christmas time, like maybe globally. And I think about that life where it's like, what if I failed at everything, but then I have one thing that actually makes a permanent impact? I was like, would I trade that life for Aristotle's good life, where I amount to nothing, but the whole time was good? And this is just one of my eternal battles where I think with myself that I have no answer for, to be clear. But when I'm thinking through the periods where things suck, I'm like, well, maybe I'll get a Jingle Bells out of this. Mm-hmm. And maybe it'll just take 20 years longer than I thought. So not taking the shot is like saying, life, I don't want to scratch off this lottery ticket, but the lottery ticket's free. Why would you not scratch it off and try it? Whatever reasons that we usually give ourselves in the beginning for why we can't achieve something, you can almost always find not only just someone, but someone who's achieved world-class levels of success with worse conditions than you currently have, which then means it's absolutely possible. And then the only thing that it takes to get there is work.
Have you ever wondered why some people change just one small habit, yet their whole life shifts in a completely different direction? While others put in years of effort, everything keeps repeating the same old loop, the same old relationships, the same old fears, the same failures wearing familiar faces. Carl Jung believed that life does not change simply because you want it to, but because you change the unconscious structure operating in the dark. And the only way to do that is to change the habits that shape your mind every single day. This world does not operate on luck. It operates on inner frequency. You live by a certain habit. You emit that frequency. The habits you nurture in silence, the way you think when no one is watching, the way you respond to difficulties, the way you face fear, the way you breathe, the way you walk. All of these shape your destiny far more powerfully than any opportunity or external event. Today's video will open a very different kind of journey, where the 12 habits Carl Jung left behind are not self-improvement tips, but 12 movements of the soul. And that is the spirit of the 12 habits from Carl Jung will completely transform your life. Each habit is a doorway, and when you walk deep enough into it, you won't just change yourself, you will return to the self, the still, powerful, and unshakable center that lies beneath every layer of fear, expectation, and noise in life. Let us slow down a little and release every assumption about your life being shaped by circumstances. Because from the moment you change the habits inside you, you are no longer living in your old reality. You are rewriting the operating system of your soul. Are you ready to open the first doorway? Number 1, the habit of self-observation. There are moments in life when you sit quietly in a familiar room. Everything around you looks the same. The lights, the desk, the sound of traffic outside. Yet suddenly you feel as if you are standing outside your own life. You look back at your day and don't really understand why you were angry in the morning, why your mood suddenly dropped at noon, or why you reacted so strongly just because of someone's accidental remark. Everything happened so fast that you didn't even realize it. Emotions carried you away, thoughts rushed in by instinct, and you were only running behind to manage the consequences. And then you ask yourself, am I living or just reacting? Carl Jung believed that the moment a person asks that question, the journey of transformation has already begun. Because self-observation is not an intellectual or academic skill. It is the moment you begin to separate consciousness from the unconscious, the moment you first see what I am feeling or how I am reacting, instead of letting everything run on automatic. Jung called this the first step of individuation, the journey of becoming yourself, no longer being moved like a puppet by the unconscious pulling strings from behind. When you observe yourself, you are not trying to change emotions, not trying to force thoughts to be silent, not judging yourself as right or wrong. You simply watch. And the paradox is, the very act of seeing already begins to change everything. Someone who knows how to observe themselves no longer falls into the spiral of unconscious reactions because they recognize that emotional explosions are signals, not identity. They see anger rising, but do not become the anger. They see fear returning, but are not swallowed by it. Jung once said, "The greatest and most important problems of life are all fundamentally insoluble. They can never be solved, but only outgrown." And the moment you acknowledge your emotions, you are beginning to outgrow them, rather than being controlled by them. Observing yourself is like standing on a bridge watching the river flow beneath. You are not the rushing water, you are simply observing it. That is when you realize emotions come and go like waves, thoughts rise and fall like clouds, and you are the sky, vast and quieter than all of them. But to stand on that bridge, you must learn something most people never do in their whole life. Pause. Just a few seconds of observation is enough to open a doorway you never knew you had. Try looking back at your life. How many times have you reacted without knowing why? How many times have you said something hurtful and then regretted it for hours? How many times have you felt heavy inside without being able to name the sadness? Jung believed that whenever we fail to observe ourselves, we become victims of what is happening within us. But when we pause and look, even for 3 seconds, 3 breaths, we reclaim leadership of the mind. A woman I once worked with is the perfect example. She shared that she always felt insecure whenever her friends succeeded, not because she envied them, but because she felt inferior. She said that each time it happened, she tried to ignore the feeling by working harder or pretending to be cheerful. But in one therapy session, she was asked to simply sit still and observe that feeling for a few minutes. No running, no fixing, no defending, just observing. And something strange happened. The insecurity no longer overwhelmed her. It stood in front of her, smaller than she had imagined. She looked at it and said, "So this is the fear of being left behind." When she said that, she cried, not out of pain, but out of relief. Because only when you see the monster in the room do you realize it is not as big as when you imagined it in the dark. Someone who knows how to observe themselves is like someone turning on a light in a dark room. The light does not change the objects, but it makes you no longer afraid of them. According to Jung, observation is not just the first step, it is the foundation of all change. Without it, we are merely patching emotional fragments. With it, we begin to see the entire picture, patterns, causes, loops, and true motivations. Observation is not an act of intellect, it is an act of awareness. Not asking why, but asking what is happening inside me right now. Not analyzing, but sensing. Someone who lives at the level of observation is no longer quick to judge, no longer pulled into the chaotic stream of emotions. They are like a mountain climber in the fog. They do not chase each gust of wind. They stand still until the fog clears and the path appears. One winter morning, when I woke up early to write, there was a moment when I felt inexplicably heavy. In the past, I would have forced myself to work, pushed the feeling aside as if it were an obstacle. But that day, I paused, closed my eyes, and asked, "Where is this feeling coming from?" Just a few seconds, and I realized it was a worry about a responsibility I hadn't finished the day before. Once I saw that, the heaviness no longer weighed me down. I simply wrote on paper, "Finish this first." And I began. No fighting emotions, no resisting them. Just observing, then acting from clarity. That is what happens when you observe yourself. You are no longer dragged, you become the guide. At a deeper level, the habit of self-observation helps you see patterns that have repeated for years. Every strong reaction carries the imprint of the past. Every time you are triggered is an opportunity to see a part of the unconscious that has not yet been integrated. The more you observe, the more the unconscious comes into light, and the freer you become. Not free from life, but free from the patterns that shaped you since childhood. And when you practice this habit long enough, you will notice something miraculous. Most of what you thought were problems did not come from the world, but from the way you received it. Once you see this, you no longer try to fix the world. You fix yourself. And the world changes on its own. Jung once said, "A man who looks outside dreams, a man who looks inside awakes." Self-observation is the bridge from dreaming to awakening. It is quiet, unglamorous. No one praises you for it. No one even sees it. But it is the habit that can change your entire life. If you want to begin your journey of transformation through the 12 habits Jung believed could renew your entire inner world, then this is the first and most important habit. Just spending a few minutes each day observing your breath, emotions, thoughts, reactions, you will find yourself becoming clearer, lighter, less triggered, and more self-possessed. This is the foundation for moving into the next habits. Habits that will open one doorway after another. Doorways you never knew you already held the keys to. Number 2. The habit of removing the mask. Learning to live authentically. And once you learn the habit of observing yourself, the next natural thing that happens is that you begin to notice there is a shell you have worn for too long, the one Jung called the persona. And this is the second habit that can change your entire life: removing that mask. Here is something few people realize. Most of the choices we have made in life were not truly ours, but shaped by the thought, what will others think? From the way we smile, speak in a group, to the things we post on social media, even the career we pursue. Much of it is decided not by the soul, but by the mask we believe society wants to see. Carl Jung called this mask the persona, a version built to survive in the world. But if worn too long, we forget where the mask ends and where we begin. Removing the mask is not rebellion. It does not mean living recklessly, speaking impulsively, or disregarding others' feelings. Removing the persona is learning to live authentically, meaning your words, actions, and emotions begin to move in the same direction. What you express is no longer what others expect, but what resonates with the inner truth. When you remove the mask, your energy slowly returns to the self, the mature psychological center in Jung's model. And it is then that your identity becomes clearer than ever. But why are so many people afraid to put it down? Because the mask feels safe. With it, you are accepted, less vulnerable, less likely to be rejected. But the painful truth is, you are accepted not because of you, but because of the role you play. And nothing exhausts the soul more than living in a body you do not belong to. I once witnessed the story of a woman I met during a meditation retreat. She was the kind of person everyone thought was extroverted, funny, always lifting the group's energy. But on the third evening, during a silent practice, she burst into tears. She shared that for many years she wore the mask of the cheerful one because she believed that if she didn't bring laughter, she would lose her value in people's eyes. But that mask drained her. She said, "No one really knows how sad I am. I just smile to get through it." And the moment she dared to say that, the first time in years, was when people looked at her with the gentlest eyes. It was when she became real that a connection began. To understand persona more deeply, imagine an actor on a stage. Under the spotlight, they laugh, cry, and rage according to the script. The audience applauds with excitement, but when the curtain closes, the actor steps off the stage and stands alone in a silent room. No cheering, no bright lights, only exhaustion and the question, who am I without this role? Life is the same. The world will always love your role, but only you know how you feel when you step out of it. A literary example that adds depth is Jane Eyre from the novel of the same name. Jane is not beautiful, lacks status, lacks privilege, but what makes her one of the most beloved female characters in English literature is her absolute honesty with her own essence. She does not try to become a more lovable version, does not soften herself to be loved, and does not reshape herself to fit society's expectations. The most pivotal moment is when Jane leaves Rochester, the man she loves deeply. That decision did not come from avoidance, but from loyalty to her core values. She knew that if she stayed, she would betray her morality, dignity, and authentic self. Her departure was the removal of the final mask, refusing to live as a character in someone else's story. And that difficult choice brought her true happiness, not happiness built on illusions, roles, or compromises, but the kind of happiness that can only be found when a soul dares to live as itself. Removing the mask is not a single act, but a habit of speaking more honestly, living more truthfully, performing less, trying less to be good all the time, trying less to please everyone. Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." The greatest privilege in life is not success, being loved, or being praised. It is becoming yourself. But that privilege belongs only to those willing to pay the price. The courage to be real, to be honest, to show up as an imperfect but genuine human being. Sometimes the journey of removing the persona begins with very small things. Saying, "I'm tired, I need rest." Saying, "I don't like that." Saying, "I'm sad." Saying, "This does not align with my values." Or simply laughing when you're happy and staying silent when you're not, without forcing yourself to appear proper. Each time you do that, one layer of the mask falls away, and the self becomes a little freer. Authenticity does not make you loved by everyone. It makes you loved truly by the right ones. Jung believed that when you live truthfully, those who belong to you will recognize you without you needing to prove anything. And that is why removing the persona does not make you more lonely. It simply isolates you from connections that were never aligned with your soul in the first place. At a deeper level, removing the mask allows you to hear your soul. You begin to know what truly makes you happy, what truly hurts you, what makes you feel alive, and what quietly kills your spirit. You begin to distinguish between what you genuinely like and what you have been taught to like. And that is the freedom Jung considered the true psychological maturity. Freedom from identification with the collective. If you are on this journey, do not rush. Removing the mask is not something done overnight. It is a habit. Little by little, layer by layer. You do not need to become the truest version of yourself right now. You only need to be a bit more honest today than you were yesterday. Every small step is a message to your soul. I am ready to return. And as you become more authentic, you will notice something strange. Life becomes easier. You no longer need to remember what I said to fit in, how I should act so no one misunderstands, how I should appear to be loved. You simply live, simply be. And that simplicity is what makes you powerful. If you feel the weight of the mask you've worn for too long, consider this a gentle reminder from Jung. You do not need to be perfect to be loved. You just need to be real, to be free. And before moving to the next habit, whisper this very small yet powerful sentence. Today, I will live a little more honestly. And if you have ever experienced the feeling of wearing a mask for so long that you forgot who you are, or if you are now in a moment of transition, learning to be honest with yourself little by little, share that story in the comments. It could be just one line, one moment, one tiny realization, but who knows? Your experience may become the mirror that helps someone else recognize their true self. Because as Jung believed, when one soul dares to live authentically, it always awakens another. Number 3. The habit of setting firm boundaries. Protecting your energy without guilt. There comes a moment in life when you look back at all your relationships and suddenly realize there are places where you always smile even when you're exhausted inside. There are people to whom you always say sure, even when your heart wants to say no. And there are situations where you constantly force yourself to be the most pleasant version of who you are, just so others feel comfortable. And you ask yourself, why am I always drained? Why do others so easily cross my boundaries? Why do I feel my energy slipping away without knowing how it happens? Carl Jung believed that one of the first signs of psychological maturity is when you begin asking that question. Because only when you see where your energy is leaking can you step into the habit that can transform the way you live, love, work, and protect your soul. The habit of setting firm boundaries. Jung once said, "The most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely. And to accept yourself, you need space to hear yourself. Boundaries are the door that keeps that space from being intruded upon by others. But most of us grow up believing that setting boundaries is selfish, that saying no is rude, that protecting your peace is hurting others, that kindness means always being available. So we trade everything so others can breathe easier, even when we ourselves can barely breathe." The truth is, boundaries are not selfish. Boundaries are how you keep your soul safe in the process of individuation, the journey of becoming yourself. No one can do this for you but you. A viewer of the channel named Linda once shared that she was always the one people leaned on. Friends came at midnight to unload their sadness. Co-workers gave her the tasks they didn't want to do. Family members asked her to handle every large and small problem. Everyone said she was thoughtful, gentle, dependable. But behind those compliments was a heavy truth. She was exhausted. She cried in silence. She felt drained bit by bit. She had lived so long as the one who must always be ready that she forgot where her true feelings even were. In a Jungian therapy exercise, Linda was asked to imagine her life if she continued this way for 10 more years. And what broke her was not the people around her, but the image of herself completely disappearing, like a fading shadow as the light of her soul was buried under obligations, expectations, and the mask of the kind one. A few days later, she tried setting one very small boundary, declining to listen to a close friend's emotional venting when she herself was exhausted. The thing she feared, anger, distance, blame, did not happen. Her friend simply paused and said they understood. And in that moment, she realized what Jung had pointed out long ago. The world does not collapse when you say no. Only the fear inside you dissolves. Firm boundaries are a habit very few people have, not because they don't understand, but because they are afraid. Afraid of being misunderstood, afraid of being disliked, afraid of being seen as cold, afraid of losing someone's affection. But the truth is, if a relationship falls apart simply because you set a boundary, it was never meant for you anyway. Boundaries do not ruin the right relationships. They only reveal the wrong ones. Imagine someone without boundaries as a house without doors. Anyone can walk in, stay as long as they want, and track mud wherever they please. You can't blame them, because you never closed the door. Meanwhile, someone with boundaries is not someone hiding behind stone walls. They simply know when to close the door, when to open it, and whom to invite into their sacred space. Boundaries do not create distance. Boundaries create clarity. From a neuroscience perspective, not setting boundaries keeps your nervous system in a state of continuous low-grade stress, a silent tension you don't even notice. When you are always saying yes just to get it over with, your sympathetic nervous system stays activated, cortisol rises, leaving your body tired, irritable, unable to sleep well, and less able to concentrate. But when you set boundaries, the parasympathetic system is activated. The body returns to a rest and restore state. You breathe deeper, your heart slows down, your energy stabilizes. Boundaries do not just heal emotions. They are a biological mechanism that keeps you alive. Firm boundaries are not about shouting no at the world. Firm boundaries are about daring to speak the smallest truth about your feelings. Saying, I cannot do this today. I need rest. I'm not comfortable with that. This is beyond my capacity. Let me think about it. Or simply, I decline. Each time you speak the truth, a layer of mental fog dissolves. You begin to see what is truly yours and what is someone else's. What is your real feeling and what is a feeling you unconsciously carried for others? Setting boundaries does not make you a bad person. It makes you a real person. And real people are always stronger than pleasant ones. Many people fear setting boundaries because they fear losing love. But real love never requires you to drain yourself to be worthy. Only those who love your mask will leave when you set boundaries. Those who love your essence will respect them, and may even love you more for having the courage to protect yourself. Jung once said, "What you resist not only persists, but grows in size." The more you allow others to cross your boundaries, the bigger the exhaustion becomes. But when you dare to speak the truth, everything begins to fall back into its rightful place. The habit of setting boundaries is not a single action. It is a soul habit that must be practiced daily, with gentleness, consistency, and honesty. You do not need to become ideal overnight. You only need one small boundary today. Turning off your phone for 5 minutes to breathe, declining something you do not want to do, or pausing long enough to listen to the discomfort before automatically saying yes. Every small boundary is an affirmation. I deserve my own space. Every small boundary you set is an affirmation. I deserve my own space. And when you practice long enough, you will notice something miraculous. The right people begin to appear. Not because you are trying to please them, but because you carry the frequency of someone who respects themselves. You do not need to try. You do not need to appear likable. You do not need to carry the world on your shoulders. You only need to stand firm in your own circle of energy, and the right world will come to you. Boundaries do not just protect you. Boundaries shape you. Boundaries make you strong in the exact way Jung described. Steady, quiet, and no longer easily invaded in your inner space. And that steadiness is one of the things that can transform your entire life. Exactly in the spirit of the habits Jung left for the world. Number 4. The habit of nurturing solitude, the sacred space of the soul. And once you've learned to protect your boundaries to keep your energy intact, a different inner doorway begins to open. You no longer cling to noise the way you used to. No longer chase conversations just to fill the emptiness. Instead, you begin to crave silence, a kind of primal stillness that you once feared. This is the habit of nurturing solitude, the sacred space of the soul that Carl Jung described, a place where, if a person cannot endure, they will always use others to cover the emptiness within instead of facing their true essence. Jung once wrote, "Who looks outside dreams, who looks inside awakes." And it is in that stillness that awakening begins. There are moments in life when you feel as if you are standing in a room full of light, yet inside you it feels strangely dark. Conversations become dull, Gatherings exhaust you more than they delight you. Old inspirations no longer stir your heart. You look around and realize that even while surrounded by people, you can still hear a deep silence within. That silence feels like an invitation. Come home to yourself. But most of us fear stepping through that door, because inside it there is no laughter to distract us, no work to keep us busy, no one to lean on. Only ourselves, and the parts we've never dared to face. Jung believed that if someone cannot endure solitude, they will use others as a mirror to reflect their emptiness. But if someone knows how to be alone, they will begin to hear what the noisy world can never let them hear. The voice of the self. Intuition rises in silence. Unconscious fragments surface. Hidden patterns reveal themselves. Without solitude, you live forever in reactive mode. With solitude, you finally hear what your soul has been wanting to tell you. I once knew a woman who, after ending a long-term relationship, felt as if life had been stripped of all sound. No more nightly messages. No more, "Have you eaten yet?" No more shared plans to lean on. At first, she tried to fill the silence with gatherings, with work, with social media. But the more she ran, the more exhausted she became. One evening, after a long day of pretending to be fine, she turned off the lights, sat alone in her room, and felt the silence drape over her like a heavy blanket. She thought she would collapse, but when she stopped resisting, something unexpected happened. The silence became warm. She heard her own breathing. She heard her sadness, not as an enemy, but as a part of her that had long gone unheard. She said, "I realized I didn't need anyone to fill this space. I only needed to stop abandoning myself." After that, she spent 15 minutes each day just sitting quietly. And that small habit changed every choice, every decision, every feeling she had about herself. That is stepping into the sacred space Jung spoke of, the space where the true self gets to speak. What's interesting is this. History has seen countless individuals reach genius-level creativity because they chose solitude during the most important phases of their lives. One striking example is Steve Wozniak, co-founder of Apple. Before Apple became legendary, Wozniak spent months alone in a small room at his parents' house, programming, tinkering, redrawing circuit boards again and again. He didn't socialize, didn't seek validation, didn't boast about his abilities. Wozniak once said, "Most of the great things I created came from being alone." Without those years of solitude, the world might never have had the first personal computer small enough to sit on a home desk, the invention that began the era of global technological personalization. His story proves that solitude is not escape. It is where intuition and creativity become strongest. Yet most people run from solitude because they fear what will surface without noise. They fear emptiness. They fear truth. They fear hearing a calling they have long ignored. They fear realizing that they have been living too far from their true self. But Jung was clear. A person who cannot endure being alone will use others to escape from themselves. And the truth is, you cannot meet the self if you are always running outside. A truly mature person is someone who can sit alone with their thoughts without feeling lonely. They feel light when they close the door to the world and open the door to their mind. They cherish each minute of silence as a ritual. They understand that stillness is not an empty void. It is the soil where the soul takes root. Imagine yourself as a garden. If no one tends to it, If you leave the gate open for anyone to walk through, trample, or leave chaos behind, the garden will deplete. But when you dedicate time each day to tidy it, remove weeds, water it, and let the plants breathe, the garden begins to thrive. Solitude is the time you close the gate to tend to the inner garden, not to isolate, but to regenerate. One day, you will realize that the moments you spend alone are the moments you feel fullest. You write a few lines in your journal and suddenly feel lighter. You walk under the sunset and realize it has been a long time since you last looked at the sky. You sit still for 5 minutes in the morning without touching your phone, and that changes your whole day. These small habits are rituals of the self, where the soul breathes, heals, and expands. Solitude does not disconnect you from the world. It connects you deeper to yourself, and when you are deeply connected to your inner essence, every other connection naturally becomes healthier, clearer, and more beautiful. You no longer cling out of fear, no longer seek someone to fill your emptiness, no longer use others as emotional crutches. You love because you are whole, not because you are lacking. This is the form of inner sovereignty Jung saw as a turning point in psychological development, when a person stops searching for salvation outside and begins finding strength in their own stillness. And then one day, when you look back, you'll see that the silence you once feared was actually the greatest gift life ever offered you. It brought you closer to your soul, taught you to hear the calling you once ignored, helped you see what the eyes alone could never see. Solitude doesn't take anything from you. It removes only the noise that kept you from hearing yourself. And when you practice this habit long enough, you will understand why Carl Jung believed that inward-facing habits are the ones with the power to truly transform a life. Number 5. The habit of entering your inner darkness, daring to face your own shadow. But to go deeper inward, as the previous habit opened for you, have you ever wondered what will happen if you dare to look straight into the deepest part, the one you most want to avoid? Because after learning to observe yourself, set boundaries, be alone, and hold stillness, you eventually reach a pivotal point in the Jungian journey that no one can skip. You must face the shadow, your own darkness. No one matures through light alone. You mature when you dare to enter the darkest place within yourself, where everything you deny, suppress, hide, or pretend does not exist. Yet what you refuse to see is exactly what controls you the most. Carl Jung once wrote, "One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious." And that is why the habit of entering your inner darkness can transform a person more profoundly than you can imagine. Shadow is not as frightening as you think. It is simply the part of yourself you were never taught to love. When you get unreasonably angry at someone, when you react intensely to a small comment, when you feel jealous of someone's success, when you feel ashamed of your own emotions, that is your shadow speaking. Not to sabotage you, but to inform you that a part of your soul has been forgotten. Every strong feeling is a signal, and every signal carries a piece of your soul wanting to be seen. When you treat it like an enemy, it will continue pulling you into cycles of unconscious reaction. But when you treat it as a messenger, a doorway opens, the doorway leading you back to your true self. I once heard a woman share in a depth psychology workshop. She was the kind of person everyone praised as gentle, easygoing, always cheerful. But behind that softness was anger suppressed for years. When her husband dismissed her feelings, she said nothing. When co-workers dumped tasks on her, she smiled and agreed. When her family ignored her needs, she stayed silent. She said something I will never forget. I don't know what anger feels like. I fear anger because I was taught that girls who get angry are disrespectful. But at the moment she said this, tears began to fall. Not because she was weak, but because her shadow, the anger buried at the bottom of her unconscious, was finally seen. After that day, she started a small habit, writing about her anger every night, without judgment, without suppression. 3 months later, she said, I didn't become more hot-tempered, I became more honest. That is the power of facing the shadow. It does not make you lose control, it restores your control. To understand the shadow, imagine you are standing in front of a mirror in a room with only one small light bulb. The bulb shines in front of you, showing your face clearly. But behind you, where the light does not reach, there is always a shadow. The more you turn around to see it, the more it clings to you. The more you try to chase it away, the more it follows your every step. But if you move the light, just shift the bulb to another angle, the shadow immediately appears. It does not disappear, but it becomes clear. The shadow works exactly like that. It never disappears on its own. It only becomes harmless when you dare to look at it. There is a truth Jung emphasized. Every conflict in life is a reflection of an internal conflict. You are not angry at others because they are wrong. You are angry because they touched a part of you that you have never faced. You are not jealous because they are better. You are jealous because they live a part of you that you have not dared to live. You are not hurt by someone's words because they are cruel. You are hurt because the words hit an old wound stored in your shadow. When you understand this, your life changes. Because at that point, instead of reacting, you begin observing. Instead of blaming, you begin reflecting. Instead of running from pain, you step into it to see what it wants to teach you. Facing the shadow is the habit that breaks unconscious patterns. Because the unconscious always repeats. It repeats old relationships, old emotions, old wounds, not because you don't deserve better, but because the unconscious wants you to heal what has not been seen, and you will repeat until you learn the lesson. At a deeper level, facing your shadow is the first step of individuation, the journey of becoming a whole person. Because a human being is not defined only by their light, but by the union of their light and darkness. Without darkness, light has no shape. Without darkness, you cannot know which part of you needs to be seen. And when you dare to enter your inner darkness, something miraculous happens. You no longer fear others seeing your vulnerabilities. You no longer need to wear masks to appear perfect. You no longer react violently to criticism. Because you have seen yourself, faced yourself, moved through yourself. No one has the power to shake you the way they used to. From a neuroscience perspective, when you dare to face a strong emotion instead of avoiding it, you activate the prefrontal cortex, the center of logic and decision-making. This reduces activity in the amygdala, the center of instinctive reactions. Meaning, when you face the shadow, you are training your brain to shift from reaction to awareness. You become slower, deeper, steadier. You no longer snap instantly when triggered. You become the observer, and that is true strength. Remember this always. The shadow is not the bad part of you. It is simply the part you have not yet dared to see. It holds your power, your truth, your creativity, your instincts, your sensitivity, all the things you once feared. The shadow is where the soul stores its most beautiful forgotten pieces, and only when you step into the darkness will you find the missing fragments that help you become whole. And from that moment, your life begins to change in unexpected ways. You know why you're angry. You know what hurts you. You know why you react so strongly to small things. You know why you repeat old patterns in relationships. You know why you fear abandonment, fear failure, fear being seen. Nothing is mysterious anymore. Everything becomes clear, as if you have just turned on a light in a room that was dark for many years. If one day you feel something rising inside you, anger, fear, jealousy, insecurity, don't rush to push it away. Tell yourself, this is a signal. Because in the moment you dare to look at that signal, you have taken a huge step into the journey Carl Jung called the journey back to yourself. If you believe this world needs more people who dare to face their own darkness, to become more honest, more compassionate, and less hurtful toward one another, please like the video to help spread the message. Every like is not just support for the channel, but a gentle reminder that courage is not the absence of darkness, but the willingness to walk into it. And through people like you, people who dare to look deeply within, the world begins to heal silently but powerfully. Number 6. The habit of healing complexes, transforming the emotional complexes. There are moments when you do not understand why a single careless sentence, a glance, or even a silence can send your mind spiraling down as if falling into an invisible abyss. You know your reaction is too much, but you cannot stop it. You do not understand why you avoid a relationship even though you deeply want to love, why you struggle at work despite trying your best, why just one sign of coldness makes your heart immediately curl up like an abandoned child. Carl Jung called these moments the activation of complexes, the emotional knots of the unconscious. They are not your bad traits or weaknesses, but frozen fragments of past experiences, and every time they are touched, they instantly revive, pulling you back into old roles, old feelings, old fears. A complex is not a problem of the present. It is an old wound reliving itself in the present. The father wound, the mother wound, the fear of abandonment, the longing for validation, the feeling of unworthiness. All function like unconscious seeds buried deep in the psyche, and with the slightest trigger, they spring up with more force than you expect. Jung said that a complex does not destroy you. It only wants you to see what has been buried for too long. And to dissolve a complex, you do not need to fight it. You need to look at it. Because in Jung's analytical psychology, to see is to heal. The simplest image for a complex is a room inside the house of your soul that has been locked for many years. Outside, you decorate the living room, polish the bedroom, tidy the kitchen, those socially accepted parts, the parts belonging to the persona. But there is one room you never open because you fear the light will expose the things that hurt you. The moment you were scolded, the time you were left behind, the moment you were compared, the feeling of not being good enough. That room is dark, cluttered, dusty, and just the slightest touch on its door sends a heavy wave rushing out, making you feel as though the whole house is shaking. But the truth is, the door does not want to destroy you. It only wants to be opened. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." When you refuse to look into the complex, you repeat the same old patterns as if fate has been predetermined. You love but fear abandonment. You are talented but fear judgment. You are kind but fear rejection. Every reaction feels like something inevitable, but in reality, it is not destiny. It is the unconscious steering the wheel for you. As you become familiar with healing complexes, you begin to see that every overwhelming emotion is a message from an old version of yourself. Suffering, you begin living true to your nature. The person of inner depth Jung described is not someone who controls a lot, but someone who knows how to step back, listen, wait, and trust. They do not force the river, they read it. If you are going through a phase where nothing seems to go according to plan, consider it not a failure, but life's invitation for you to practice this habit, the habit of letting go in the true Jungian spirit. Not letting go of dreams, but letting go of the way you are desperately trying to hold them. Not letting go of hope, but letting go of the fear making you shrink. Ask yourself, if I stop trying to control this, what will become lighter inside me? The answer may arrive in silence, on a peaceful morning, or in a moment when you unexpectedly exhale. But it will come, because the self always speaks. The question is whether you are still enough to hear it. And if you are trembling as you let go, that is completely normal. The ego fears letting go because it believes that if it releases its grip, everything will fall apart. But the truth is, you are not dropping yourself into emptiness. You are dropping yourself into a deeper layer of wisdom, where the self has been waiting for you for a very long time. And when you practice this habit every day, you will see that life not only becomes lighter, but you also become the clearest, calmest, and freest version of yourself. Number 10. The habit of turning fear into action, shadow into action. And exactly when you have learned how to let go, learned how to stand steady in the inner stillness as in the previous part, you will step into a transformative habit that Jung always considered the boundary between understanding yourself and becoming yourself, turning fear into action. If letting go brings you back to a slower and deeper rhythm of living, then action is where you let your soul step out into the world. Because Jung believed that knowledge without action is still just a beautiful shell of intellect, but only action changes the structure of the unconscious. Only action moves your life in a new direction. What many people do not realize is that fear is not a sign of weakness. It is simply energy that has not been directed. When you are afraid, the energy inside you rises, but if you do not channel it into action, it becomes procrastination, self-doubt, or nameless anxiety. But when you act, even a very small step, that energy transforms, clears a path, and changes the way your brain perceives you. Action is the strongest message you send to the unconscious. I am taking responsibility for my life. I once heard a very interesting story from a psychologist in Vienna about a student named Leo who had a strangely clear dream: to become a documentary filmmaker. He wanted to tell real human stories, but throughout 4 years of college, he could not shoot a single video longer than 3 minutes. Not because he lacked skill, not because he lacked time, but because every time he began, he was blocked by a thought. Who will watch this? What if someone criticizes it? He did not realize that those questions were the real barrier, not his ability. One day, his professor said, "If you are afraid to start a film, then make the worst film you possibly can." Leo laughed, but those words hit exactly the right spot. His fear was not about making a film, but about the pressure to make it good. The next day, he picked up his camera and recorded a short story about a flower seller on the street corner. No professional lighting, no beautiful angles, no script. Just capturing a real moment. When he finished editing the 3-minute clip, he realized something strange. He was no longer afraid. Not because the film was perfect, but because he had crossed the boundary that had kept him stuck. A year later, Leo had his first documentary screened at a small film festival. He said the thing that changed his life was not the award or recognition, but the moment he pressed record on that first day. When his hands trembled, his heart pounded, but he kept going. "I realized," he said, "that fear never disappears before action. It only disappears in action." What keeps many people stuck is not fear, but waiting for fear to go away. But Jung always emphasized that emotion is not the only signal governing life. He believed that action has the power to reshape emotion, not the other way around. You do not wait to feel confident before doing. You do it to become confident. You do not wait for doubt to vanish before starting. You start so the unconscious learns that doubt no longer has power over you. Imagine the image of a mountain you want to climb. You stand looking from the bottom, and it seems overwhelmingly tall. But when you take the first few steps, the scenery changes. The slope no longer looks like what you imagined. And when you have climbed a small section, you look back and realize an important truth. The scariest part was standing still. Turning fear into action is not reckless action. It is conscious action. It is the moment you tell yourself, "I will do this, even though my heart is racing," not to pretend to be brave, but to live true to your inner truth. It is when you take a step that is imperfect but honest, a step enough to remind you that the trembling of your body is never stronger than the calling of your soul. And in those moments, you no longer live according to the anxious warnings of the ego, but begin to act according to the self, the deepest, calmest, and most lucid center within every human being. Jung believed that humans only truly mature when they act from the self. You cannot wait until anxiety disappears before you live. You mature in the very moment you carry anxiety with you and still move forward. The important thing in this habit is not to change your entire life in one day. The important thing is the small step with great meaning. You do not need to write an entire book. You only need to write one page, the first page, the page that shifts your life. You do not need to wait until you feel fully confident. You only need to send one email you have postponed for months out of fear of rejection. You do not need a perfect workout session. You only need 10 minutes to remind your body that you are still caring for it. You do not need to be strong in every relationship. Sometimes, making one phone call to face something instead of running away is already a major victory. I have a friend who once told me that her first run in life lasted only 3 minutes. 3 minutes so short that others might consider it insignificant. But for her, it was the moment her life changed direction. Because those 3 minutes were the first time she chose action instead of waiting, chose to step beyond the limits fear had built for years. The following year, she completed her first marathon. It was not the marathon that made her strong. It was those first 3 minutes, the 3 minutes she dared to begin, that changed her. Jung once said, "You are what you do, not what you say you'll do." This is one of the quotes that best reflects the spirit of this habit. You do not become the person you wish you could become, but the person you choose to act as in every moment. And no action is too small to matter, especially when that action is taken while you are still afraid. You cannot wait for fear to vanish before acting, because fear only dissolves while you are moving. When you begin to act, something strange always happens. Things you thought were impossible suddenly feel lighter. The limits you believed belonged to you turn out to be nothing more than products of the past. And the future opens doors you never dared to imagine. If today you feel you are standing before something that makes your heart beat faster than usual, do not wait another year, another month, or even another perfect day. Perfection is not what opens the door to your life. It is the trembling step that opens that door. Just one small step. The small step that one day you will look back on and realize, that was the moment everything began to change. Number 11, the habit of choosing an energetically aligned environment. The habit of energetic environment. What very few people realize on the journey of self-transformation is this. You are not always stuck because you lack discipline, courage, or knowledge. Often, you are stuck simply because you are standing inside an energy field that does not belong to you. Carl Jung believed that humans are not only influenced by their personal unconscious, but also fused with the collective unconscious. This means the energy of the people around you affects your mind, your choices, and your pace of life far more than you think. In the wrong environment, the self is suffocated. In the right environment, the self is liberated. Not every sentence or every relationship is harmless. Some people make you open and some make you shrink. Some places expand your mind and some make your thoughts contract. And to change your life, you do not always need to try harder. Sometimes, you simply need to stand in a place where your soul can breathe. I once met a girl named Miriam in a small training class in Barcelona. She shared that for 3 years, she always felt not good enough, not skilled enough, even though everyone could see she was creative, sensitive, and intelligent. But in her friend group, people who lived in competition, comparison, and constant belittling, she was always the one they underestimated. Every time she wanted to start a business, they said, "No one cares about that idea." Every time she wanted to travel, they asked, "What are you trying to prove?" Every time she dressed better, they said, "Trying too hard?" For 3 years, Miriam thought she was weak. Only until one day, she moved cities. Not because she was too hurt, but because her heart could no longer endure the old environment. In the new city, she worked with people who were creative, relaxed, funny, and communicated in an open language, not the language of defensiveness and competition. 6 months later, Miriam created a small fashion brand. A year later, she opened her first store. When I asked, "What changed?" she replied, "Not me, the environment. I simply bloomed when I stood in the right place." Jung believed that we do not only absorb energy, but we synchronize energy according to the frequency of the group. Humans do not live separately. They merge into the emotional atmosphere of those around them. If you live among people who only complain, you will gradually become pessimistic. If you are among people who talk only about shallow things, your mind will become dull. If you live among people who fear change, you will shrink. But if you stand near people with clear frequencies, those who live with purpose, courage, and peace, your mind will reflect that. You become deeper without effort, more peaceful without struggle, more expansive without forcing yourself. Imagine you are a candle. If you place a candle in a suffocating room with little oxygen, the flame weakens and flickers, not because it cannot burn brightly, but because the environment deprives it of air. But if you place that same candle in a spacious room with gentle wind, tranquility, and natural light, the flame not only shines, but burns steadily and beautifully. Humans are the same. The inner light does not disappear. The environment simply decides whether you can sustain it. History holds countless examples showing how environment determines a person's breakthrough speed. Steve Jobs once said that if he had not lived in the creative, rebellious environment of California in the 70s, Apple would not exist as it does today. Similarly, J.K. Rowling wrote the first chapters of Harry Potter at the Elephant House Cafe, where she said the energy of the space made her imagination flow more naturally than anywhere else. Adele once shared that the period she blossomed the most was when she left toxic relationships and found a group of artists who shared her creative frequency. And from that, her most iconic albums were born. Success does not happen in random environments. It blooms where the right energy nourishes you. Carl Jung once said, "Every person has a psychic community, soul companions whose frequencies match yours, whom you may not know in real life, but instantly feel you belong to when you meet them. They do not need to try to understand you. Their presence alone changes your energy. Such people do not lift you through advice, but through their frequency of living. You feel brighter near them. You become more honest, more courageous, more creative. You become the most natural version of yourself without trying." Jung called such people containers of the psyche, safe vessels for the mind. Simply standing next to them, you feel yourself open. But the painful truth is, most people spend their entire lives in environments that do not belong to them, jobs that shrink them, friendships that make them self-doubt, families that silence their voice. And they think the problem lies within themselves. But the problem is, they are standing in the wrong place. If you feel empty, exhausted, or like you're losing yourself, do not immediately blame yourself. Ask, does this environment allow my soul to exist? If the answer is no, be honest. You are not weak. You are simply in a place not meant for you. And if you have ever stepped out of a mismatched environment, you know how powerful that feeling is. As if your breath suddenly expands. As if you reclaim parts of yourself you lost. As if the sky opens a patch of light you had never seen before. Jung believed such moments are not coincidences. They are signs that the self is awakening. He once said, "The meeting of two personalities is like the contact of two chemical substances. If there is any reaction, both are transformed." On the deepest level, Jung was not only talking about relationships between two individuals, but about the frequency between you and your environment, that the human soul can only grow in spaces capable of touching, transforming, and awakening the forgotten parts within you. You cannot bloom in the desert of people who judge, compare, and control. You bloom when you stand among people who give you space, who do not rush to judge, who do not crush your vulnerability. You bloom when you stand among people who make you want to be more honest, better, more creative, not to prove anything, but to respond to their frequency. And the truth is, changing your environment is sometimes the bravest act you can do for your soul. Not because you are selfish, but because you are finally clear enough to see that where you are standing no longer helps you become yourself. If today you feel you are in the wrong frequency, the wrong group of people, wrong space, wrong rhythm, see it not as a mistake. See it as an invitation. Ask gently, where can I breathe? Who helps me open? What makes me shine? When you find the frequency that aligns with your soul, you will no longer have to struggle to grow. You will simply become yourself. And that, according to Jung, is the deepest form of transformation. And what about you? Before we move on to the next habit, I want to ask you one simple question, capable of shaking your entire journey. If your soul could freely choose the place to bloom, what would that place look like? Write it in the comments. A place, a person, a frequency, a space. Anything that feels like the right place for you. You never know how that small answer might open something inside you, and maybe awaken something in someone reading your comment. Number 12. The story of Clara and the room where energy was suffocated. And from the truth that the environment can open you or shrink you, as we touched on in the previous part, you will understand a lesson Jung always saw as the greatest blind spot in healing. The problem is not always you. Sometimes the stagnation you feel, the unexplained exhaustion, the persistent self-doubt, do not originate from your true nature, but from a collective unconscious field that is too impoverished, too heavy, and too mismatched with your soul's frequency. According to Jung, humans do not only live in a physical house, they live in a psychological atmosphere, and that atmosphere can nourish you or suffocate you to the point you no longer recognize yourself. Clara, 28, was one of the souls suffocated this way. And her story is something many people will see themselves in. Clara grew up in a family where every form of growth was considered unnecessary, every desire to learn mocked, every attempt to become deeper dismissed as nonsense. When she read psychology books, her mother said, "There you go again, making things up." When she wanted to take a creative course, her father said, "Focus on making money." When she changed her style to feel more confident, her sister scoffed, "Stop being fake." These comments did not just make her sad for a moment. They seeped into her unconscious, becoming energy codes that made her doubt every step she took. Her soul wanted to open, but the energy field around her tightened. Every time she wanted to start something new, a voice that wasn't hers whispered, "Who do you think you are?" Every time she wanted to step out of her comfort zone, another voice murmured, "You'll fail anyway." And the heartbreaking part is that Clara believed these voices were her own, when in fact, they were echoes from people who never dared to step out of their own fear. She thought these were her own thoughts. But in truth, they were the collective shadow of her family. A shadow filled with doubt, limitation, fear of change, and the deep belief that trying is pointless. Standing inside that atmosphere too long made Clara think she was weak, lazy, undisciplined, and lacking ambition. But the truth was, she was simply standing on soil where flowers could not bloom. Jung once wrote, "The greatest burden a child must bear is the unlived life of the parents." and Clara carried not only her family's expectations, but the fears they never faced. Everything changed on a completely ordinary night, an argument over doing the dishes. But what Clara got angry about was not the dishes. She got angry because she suddenly realized that despite being 28 years old, she was still treated like a child without a voice, without the right to dream, without space to open. That night, she packed her things, called 2 college friends, and moved in with them temporarily. The new apartment was not luxurious. A small living room, a kitchen scented with tea, a balcony full of plants Matteo watered every morning, and strings of warm yellow lights Sophie hung in the living room. But Clara felt it the moment she stepped in. The air was different, wider, softer, brighter, as if her soul had been given a door it had never known existed. And for the first time, she did not have to shrink herself to fit the world around her. Matteo and Sophie were not exceptionally successful, brilliant, or wealthy. They were simply people living with openness. They read not to appear intelligent, practiced yoga not for social media, talked about dreams not to compete, but to uplift each other. No one told Clara she was too dreamy. No one mocked her when she talked about a job she wanted to apply for. No one told her to calm down when she wanted to improve herself. On her first day in that apartment, Clara cried without knowing why. But deep inside, she knew. For the first time in years, she could breathe without feeling someone crushing that breath from behind. It was the moment the unconscious began to self-regulate, when the soul finally touched a kind of light it had been deprived of for too long. A week later, she applied for the job she once feared to try. A month later, she jogged every morning with Matteo, listening to Sophie talk about her new art project. 3 months later, Clara noticed her mind becoming clearer, the heaviness disappearing, inspiration returning, and her work performance doubling. She slept deeper, laughed more, snapped less, as if someone were adjusting the frequency of her soul back into alignment. Jung once said, "The psyche grows where it is mirrored with acceptance. The soul grows only in places where it is mirrored with acceptance." And that was what Clara received in that apartment. Not help, but a mirror of authentic souls. They did not heal her with advice. They healed her through presence aligned with the right frequency. One evening, as the 3 of them drank tea on the balcony, Clara said a sentence that remains one of the most important realizations of the inner growth journey. "It's not that I was weak. It's that the energy around me was too impoverished." One sentence, yet it contains the entire essence of the collective unconscious. We do not only breathe oxygen from the air, we breathe energy from the unconscious of the environment. And the right frequency environment can heal you faster than any therapy. From Jung's perspective, when Clara left her parents' house, she did not simply move out. She left a collective shadow that had enveloped her since childhood, a heavy, energetic fog preventing her from seeing herself clearly. And when that collective shadow loosened, the self, the mature essence, began to emerge. Jung once wrote, "No tree can grow to heaven unless its roots reach down to hell." And sometimes, hell is not the pain you experienced, but the environment you lived in for so long that you mistook it for normal. After 6 months, Clara moved into her own apartment, a small but bright space, filled with her paintings, her plants, and the light she had never previously allowed herself. She said, "I didn't find myself. I simply stood in the place where I could grow." And that is the truth most of us understand only after leaving the place that once suffocated us. If you feel yourself shrinking, exhausted for no reason, losing inspiration, losing trust, losing light, do not rush to believe it is your fault. Do not think you lack discipline, courage, or motivation. Perhaps you are simply like Clara, standing in a room that is suffocating your energy. Ask a gentle but profound question. Does this place allow my soul to breathe? If the answer is no, you do not have to keep fighting. You simply need to step out. Because the right frequency environment does not require you to strain to grow, it allows you to grow naturally, like a seed finding the right soil. And when you stand in the place that truly belongs to you, as Jung said, the soul will know the way back to the light. Number 13, the habit of reauthoring your inner narrative. Reauthoring narrative. Have you ever wondered why, even though you have changed many habits in your life, there is still one thing that keeps you stuck? As if an invisible hand pulls you back to the past every time you try to step forward. It is precisely at the moment you begin to realize that your old habits no longer fit, that you move closer to one of the most transformative habits in Carl Jung's philosophy, the habit of rewriting your own inner story. Because in the end, you do not live according to the life you have, you live according to the story you tell about that life. And when the story changes, the unconscious changes. And when the unconscious changes, destiny shifts. Carl Jung once wrote, "I am not what happened to me, I am what I choose to become." A sentence that appears simple, yet contains a profound psychological principle. You are not defined by memories, but by the way you retell those memories in the present. Your life is not written by events, but by the meaning you assign to them. And if the meaning changes, the story changes. If the story changes, the future will be rewritten. A friend of mine was 34 years old, but always believed she was not good at anything. She said that as a child, every time she made a mistake on her homework, her mother would sigh and say, "Why are you so slow? All your friends can do this already." And so for 20 years, she carried that story, the story of inadequacy, of not being worthy of anything good. When she applied for jobs, she always said, "I know for sure they won't choose me." When she fell in love, she whispered to her friends, "I'm sure he'll leave me eventually." Not because reality said so, but because her inner story had already written the ending. One day, in a therapy session, the therapist asked her, "Are you sure this is your story? Or is it the story of a child who once needed to be loved, but never heard any words of affirmation?" That question made her stay silent for a long time. Then, for the first time, she tried to rewrite her own story. "I am not inadequate. I was simply a child who was not seen in the right way." A few months later, she said, "With just one new story, my whole life changed." She applied for a new position and got accepted. She ended a painful relationship and stepped into a kinder love. All because she no longer lived as the helpless character in her old tale. She became the author of her new story. Rewriting your inner narrative is, in essence, the most fundamental Jungian awakening step. Because the unconscious is governed by symbols and stories. When you change your story, you are changing the symbolic system the unconscious uses to guide you. If in the old story you are the weak one, the unconscious will lead you into situations that prove that. If in the new story you are the one growing, the unconscious will send experiences that help you expand. That is why many people change their environment, but their fate remains the same, because their inner story has not changed. In Greek mythology, there is the story of Theseus entering the labyrinth to face the Minotaur, the half-man, half-bull creature representing the shadow in each person. People often remember only that he killed the Minotaur. But the most important part of the story is not the victory, but the red thread Ariadne gave him. The red thread did not make him stronger, did not make him faster, but it kept him from getting lost. It allowed him to rewrite his journey from within the labyrinth instead of being controlled by it. And that is exactly what the habit of rewriting your inner narrative gives you. A thread to walk out of the maze of old memories, distorted beliefs, and the stories someone else accidentally or intentionally wrote for you. No one lives without being wounded, but the wound is not what determines who you are. The story you tell about that wound is what determines it. The one who says, "I failed," will live like a failure. The one who says, "I am learning," will live like someone who is growing. The one who says, "I was abandoned," will shrink in fear. The one who says, "I am free to start again," will step forward with courage. The same event, but two different destinies, all depending on the story. Modern psychology calls this skill narrative reframing. But Jung looked deeper. He believed that rewriting the story is how humans converse with the unconscious. When you rewrite a painful memory, you are not denying it. You are giving it a new meaning so that it no longer controls you from the dark. Try looking back at your life. Is there a story you have told yourself so many times that it has become your identity? The story of family pain, the story of a broken relationship, the story of poverty, the story of being treated unfairly, the story of things you cannot change. Those stories may once have been your truth, but they do not need to be the truth of your future. Every day you have the right to rewrite, not to deceive yourself, but to free yourself from an old role. Some people ask, but what if that story once hurt me deeply? The answer is, rewriting the story is not to deny the pain, but to give the pain a new purpose, so that it no longer becomes a burden, but becomes a lantern guiding your way. Like the image of a candle burning in the night, the light does not erase the darkness, but makes the darkness less frightening. Imagine your life as an open book. You cannot fix the pages already written, but you can decide how to write the next chapters. A character may begin in despair, but that does not mean they must end in hopelessness. No tragedy forces you to repeat it, unless you continue to tell that tragic story every day. You can choose to rewrite the old narrative. I was not loved into I am learning to love myself. I am always rejected into I am finding the place that truly fits me. I failed into I tried and I will try again. When the sentences you tell yourself change, the energy inside you changes. When energy changes, behavior changes. When behavior changes, reality changes. The most miraculous part is, you do not need to immediately believe the new story. You only need to repeat it enough times for the unconscious to begin believing. And when the unconscious believes, the world reflects it. Rewriting your story is also how you reclaim the power you once gave others, the power to define who you are. Because throughout childhood, you lived in stories others wrote, parents, teachers, society. But at some point, you must hold the pen yourself. You must ask, does this story still fit me? If not, you have the right to change it, whether others like it or not. Everything begins with the story you tell yourself tonight. And if you are at a stage where you feel you need a new page, consider this section a reminder that you can rewrite it. No one can do it for you, but no one can stop you either. The future is not something you wait for. It is something you are writing right now. Number 14, the habit of connecting with the self, living from the self. There is a deeper layer of the transformation journey, a layer Carl Jung considered the final convergence point of all inner paths, connecting with the self. If the previous habits helped you shed illusions, overcome fears, stand firm in solitude, and no longer be shaken by the reactions of the world, then this habit is the place where you return to your deepest root, where you are no longer pulled by external forces, no longer driven by momentary emotions, no longer lost in echoes of the past. This is where your soul becomes clear, steady, and unmoving like a mountain. Jung once wrote, "The self is our life's goal, for it is the completest expression of that fateful combination we call individuality." When you live from the self, you no longer search for life. Life aligns itself around you. Connecting with the self is not a technique, nor is it a mystical moment of enlightenment, as many imagine. It is a daily habit, a way of living, where you return to your deepest center, like a sailor who always looks to the North Star to keep his direction, no matter how turbulent the waves become. When you touch the self, you step into the flow of what is right, not right by social morality, but right by the soul, right by the frequency the universe wove specifically for you. There was a woman I once met in a 7-day meditation retreat. She had a stable job, a stable family, even a life that anyone looking from the outside would consider complete. But inside, she always felt as if she was living someone else's life. Every morning she woke up feeling like she was about to step into a role. When I asked what made her join the retreat, she said, "I don't know who I am anymore. I know I'm capable. I know I'm hardworking, but I'm not sure if that's me or just a habit to please others." On the 3rd day of the retreat, usually the day when the mind begins to resist, she cried when the meditation teacher asked, "If there were no roles, no expectations, no one watching you, who are you?" That question shattered the shell she had carried for decades. After the retreat, she did not immediately change her job or relationships, but she changed her way of living. She spent 10 minutes every morning reconnecting with herself before touching the world. And she said, "I realized I had never truly lived before. I was only reacting." That is the essence of the self, not to react, but to be present. The self is like a deep lake. The surface is emotions, thoughts, daily fluctuations, reactions, fears, societal expectations, and the stories others place upon you. But the deeper you go, the more still the water becomes, the clearer it is, untouched by the wind. When you learn to live from that deeper layer, you are no longer pulled by the winds on the surface. You become the observer, not the one swept away by small waves of emotion. Jung believed that the self is not something you have to create, but something you must remove the dust to see. Like the sculptor Michelangelo, who said he did not carve statues, he merely removed the excess to release the form already within. Connecting with the self is the same. You do not become someone else. You simply return to the person you have always been. One of my favorite stories about touching the self is the story of a Japanese Zen master. Once, a student asked, "Master, how do I find my path?" The Zen master did not answer. He simply took the student into the forest. He broke off a branch and threw it to the ground. The branch fell in a certain direction. He said, "The branch falls that way, not because it thinks, but because it follows its nature." Humans are the same. When you stop trying to become someone, you will see yourself fall into the right direction. The story seems simple, but it contains what Jung spent his entire life studying. When you live from the self, your actions become as natural as the falling branch. No forcing, no comparison, no fear of being wrong. Only the natural rightness. Connecting with the self every day is not a complex ritual. No need for deep meditation. No need to escape to the mountains. No need to change your whole life. Sometimes it begins with very small things. Sitting still for 5 minutes without touching your phone. Writing down a truthful thought without self-editing. Walking slowly without chasing the noise of the world. Pausing for a few seconds before reacting. Taking a deep breath before making a difficult decision. Each of those moments is like a bridge leading you back to your own center. The self is not a static state, it is a relationship. The more you connect with it each day, the more it guides you in the right direction. And when you live from the self, life cannot go wrong, because the direction does not come from others, but from your soul. Jung once wrote, "The self is not only the center, but also the whole circumference which embraces both conscious and unconscious." The self is not only the center, it is the circle that encompasses your entire being, even the parts you have never touched. When you live from the self, you no longer fear your own darkness, because you understand that darkness also belongs to that circle. You no longer fear judgment, because your worth does not come from the outside. You no longer fear being wrong, because every step has meaning in the journey of return. Imagine the self as a flame inside a lantern. If the lantern is dusty, the light dims. If it is covered by cloth, the light cannot pass through. But when you clean each layer of persona, each layer of shadow's fear, each layer of old wounds, that light shines brightly. Not because you turned it on, but because it was always there, just covered for too long. If today you feel lost, confused, or unsure of what is right, understand that you are not broken, not weak, not failing. You have simply been too far from your center. Come back. Sit down. Breathe. Write. Look inward instead of outward. The self never disappears. It only waits for you to return. And when you live from the self, truly live, life begins to revolve in a new order. Every decision becomes clearer. Every relationship becomes less tangled. Every action gains weight. Because you no longer fit yourself into a mold. You become the mold. When you look back at the entire journey that the 12 habits from the Carl Jung will completely transform your life has taken you through, from identifying the deepest unconscious layers, to rebuilding inner order, to opening habits that can transform your entire psychological life, you will realize you are no longer the person who began this video. Each habit Jung left is not just an action. They are architectural pieces, quietly reconstructing your soul, silently but steadily, until one day you realize you are standing at a completely different level of awareness. You will see that transformation does not arrive in the moments you feel strong. but in the moments you feel weak and still continue. Jung wanted you to remember that strength already lives within you. You do not need to chase change. You are where change begins. You do not need to wait for the world to see you. Your presence itself makes the world respond. And when you live as someone awakened, someone who knows who they are, knows what their soul needs, acts from a center that cannot be shaken, you no longer seek success as a reward. You become the cause. Success becomes the natural consequence. If this video awakened something in you, an awareness, a memory, a frequency you had forgotten, share it with someone who is walking through dark places as you once did. And if you want to continue this journey, the journey back to the self, back to inner order, back to the person you have always been capable of becoming, subscribe so you don't miss the next videos. Each video will be a doorway, a light, a reminder that your soul has never been lost. It has only been finding its way back to itself. Because when you practice these 12 habits long enough, you will no longer need to try believing in yourself. You will live as the proof. And from that moment on, nothing and no one will be able to stop you. Have you ever wondered why the more you want something, the more it feels like it slips from your grasp? Why the more you think, the more carefully you calculate, the harder you try to control every possibility, the more exhausted and uneasy you become? Perhaps you believe you haven't tried hard enough, haven't been disciplined enough, or haven't been strong enough. But what if the truth is that you are trying too hard? We are taught that to get what we want, we must tense ourselves, keep pushing ourselves, and keep everything under control. Yet Carl Jung saw the human being in a different light. He believed that the greatest deadlocks cannot be resolved through force or rigid effort. They can only be surpassed when something within you changes. In other words, it is not that you lack action, it is that you are acting from a place that is too anxious. When you live in tension, the unconscious receives a very clear message. This world is not safe. And the task of the unconscious is not to bring you everything you want, it is to protect you from risk. So no matter how hard you try, there is still an invisible force inside that slows you down. You still chase the goal, but you chase it in fear. You still talk about manifesting, but underneath is a lack of trust in the flow of life. So what happens when you relax? It is not giving up or surrendering. It is that you stop fighting yourself. This video is not about miracles or quick formulas. It speaks to a Jungian truth. When you relax, you begin to manifest what you want, not through strain, but through inner harmony. If you have tried so hard and still feel stuck, stay here. Perhaps what you are seeking will arrive when you are quiet enough to allow it to appear. Number 1. Why does the more you relax, the easier it becomes to get what you want? There is a familiar experience almost everyone has had, yet rarely do we pause to understand it fully. It is the moment you have done everything you can, considered every possibility, tightened yourself to the point where there is nothing left to tighten, and then you let go. Not letting go of the goal, but letting go of the inner rigidity. And at that very moment, what you have been pursuing seems to begin moving. Not immediately, not in the way you planned, but something shifts. Jung believed that moments like these reveal the deepest mechanism of human psychological life. We often believe that getting what we want is an equation of effort. The more effort, the greater the chance of success. But Jung did not see the human being as a linear machine, where the amount of work you put in determines the amount of result you get out. He saw the human being as a complex field of psychic energy, where your inner state determines the direction in which all action flows. And when that state is governed by tension, fear, and control, energy does not flow toward creativity and expansion. It is held back in defense. Tension is not only a feeling of fatigue, it is a silent message you send into the unconscious every day. I am not safe. I must brace myself to survive. When that message repeats long enough, the unconscious organizes your entire life around avoiding risk. And the irony is that many things you desire, no matter how beautiful they are, contain an element of risk in the eyes of the unconscious. Success means being seen. Love means the possibility of loss. Freedom means losing control. When you are tense, the unconscious does not distinguish good from bad. It distinguishes only safe and dangerous. This is why so many people try harder and feel more stuck. Not because they are not capable enough, but because the state they carry in every step is a state of bracing. Jung believed that in such cases, a person is not truly acting from their center, but from a part that is constantly afraid of being threatened. And when you act from fear, even the right decisions carry a distorted energy. I have a friend named Sarah, and her story is a very typical example. Sarah is capable, purposeful, and deeply serious about her life. She does not wait for luck. She believes in discipline and preparation. For years, Sarah pursued a very clear career goal. She worked beyond what was required, learned additional skills, and always set high standards for herself. But the closer she got, the more tense she became. She overthought every decision, tried to control every detail, and feared mistakes so much that she no longer dared to be flexible. As a result, important opportunities kept arriving and passing. Not because Sarah made some major mistake, but because she was always braced. In critical meetings, she spoke too much because she feared being judged. In moments that required decisiveness, she hesitated because she feared choosing wrong. Everything was subtle, very small, but enough to keep doors from opening. From the outside, people might say she lacked luck or lacked charm. But from Jung's perspective, it was a completely reasonable response of the unconscious to an inner state that did not feel safe. Only when Sarah became exhausted and was forced to slow down did things change. Not because she abandoned the goal, but because she no longer had the strength to keep bracing and controlling. She began to work at a different rhythm, still serious, but lighter, still responsible, but no longer carrying the fear of having to prove herself. She no longer placed her entire self-worth on each small outcome. And precisely in that period, the opportunity she had pursued for so long appeared. Not as a reward for effort, but as a natural consequence of her no longer blocking herself. In the middle of these observations, Jung has a very short line that is enough to summarize the whole mechanism at work. What you resist persists. When you resist life's uncertainty with tension, you feed the very thing you fear. When you try to control every possibility, you affirm that the world is not trustworthy. And the unconscious, loyal to its task of protection, will continue to create circumstances that force you to tense up even more so you can prepare. Relaxation, therefore, is not a passive attitude. It is a profound psychological shift. Relaxation is when you stop treating life as a threat that must be controlled. It is when you accept that you cannot predict everything, but you still trust that you can face what happens. When that trust appears, psychic energy is no longer consumed by defense. It becomes available for intuition, for sensitivity, for the ability to recognize when to move forward and when to pause. To picture this more clearly, think of holding a handful of sand. When you clench your fist, the sand slips through your fingers. The harder you squeeze, the more you lose. But when you open your hand, the sand rests. You do not keep it by force, you keep it by allowing it. What you desire in life is the same. When you try to hold it with tension, you create pressure that makes it slide away. When you relax, you do not abandon the goal. You create space for it to remain. Manifestation, from Jung's perspective, is not pulling something from the outside toward you by sheer will. It is the result of inner alignment. When the conscious mind and the unconscious are no longer in harsh conflict, you begin to act differently. Not more, but more accurately. Not hurriedly, but at the right time. You do not need to calculate every possibility. You can feel the rhythm of the situation. And it is in these states that what people call luck often appears. This explains why some people seem to achieve a great deal without looking like they are trying excessively. Not because they do less, but because they do not carry fear in every action. They do not turn life into a chain of constant tests. They allow themselves to be fully present, and from that presence, action becomes natural and powerful. Relaxation does not create what you want. It removes what is preventing you from getting it. It dismantles the invisible resistance between you and life. And many people looking back recognize the same moment. It was not when they pushed harder, but when they stopped bracing, that everything began to open. If you have ever experienced such a moment, where simply softening a little allowed the path to appear naturally, you can share what it felt like in the comments. Sometimes, recognizing and naming that moment is already the first step of a shift. Number 2, tension is the reason manifesting does not work. And as you begin to understand that relaxation is not weakness, but a mature inner state, you will also touch the next truth, deeper and harder to accept. It is tension itself that quietly destroys your attempts to manifest, even when you do every step correctly. Many people say they have tried manifesting. They visualize, they affirm, they write goals, they believe they want it strongly enough. But deep inside, they are still tense. And Jung would say that state is why nothing moves. Not because you are thinking wrong, but because you are thinking from a place that is too afraid. In Jungian psychology, manifesting does not operate at the level of conscious wanting. It operates at the level of the underlying psychological state. And tension is the worst baseline state for creating anything new. Tension is not merely worry or temporary pressure. It is a psychological structure. When tension lasts, your whole inner system shifts into survival mode. The brain prioritizes detecting risk over recognizing possibility. The body holds energy for defense rather than for creativity. In that state, you no longer live to expand your life, you live to avoid mistakes. And in survival mode, Anything new is treated as dangerous. Jung believed the unconscious always prioritizes safety over development. So when you try to manifest something while tense, the unconscious does not hear a dream. It hears one clear signal. There is a threat. Jung said, "The unconscious is not just evil by nature, it is also the source of the highest good." And this shows the unconscious is not against you. It does not sabotage your life randomly. It responds faithfully to the state you live in every day. When you are tense, the signal you send down is that the world is unsafe, mistakes are not allowed, and change is risky. The unconscious, doing its protective job, activates invisible forces that keep you in the familiar zone, even if that zone makes you stuck. When you relax, that same resource begins to change direction. It no longer restrains, it supports. It no longer confronts, it guides. What changes is not the unconscious, but how you are present with yourself. To understand this mechanism more clearly, look at the Greek myth of Orpheus and Eurydice. Orpheus is allowed to bring back the one he loves from the underworld with only one condition. He must not turn back to look until they have both left hell. That condition does not require more strength, more effort, or more action. It demands one thing that is extraordinarily difficult for human beings: to hold steady faith in darkness and uncertainty. When he is close to the light, Orpheus cannot bear the tension and doubt. He turns back, and Eurydice disappears forever. From a Jungian perspective, this is not only a love tragedy, it is a profound psychological allegory. Orpheus fails not because he does not love enough, but because his ego cannot tolerate not knowing. Tension makes him break the flow that is forming within the unconscious. That moment of doubt cuts the connection between consciousness and the deeper process unfolding beyond control. The new, Jung would say, cannot be born under a constant spotlight of inspection. It needs darkness, quiet, time. Manifesting operates by the same principle. When you are tense, you are always turning back to look. You check the results. You measure progress. You ask, why hasn't it arrived? Am I doing it right? Did I mess something up? On the surface, this looks like responsibility and clarity. But at a deeper level, it is a form of doubt. And that repeated doubt disrupts what is forming in the unconscious. Jung would say, the new needs a quiet space to be born. Tension is what breaks that space. From a psychological viewpoint, tension does something dangerous. It narrows perception. When you are tense, you only see what is missing. You only see what has not been achieved. You only see the distance between the present and what you desire. In that state, you cannot notice subtle signals, slightly offbeat opportunities, or alternative paths the unconscious is trying to suggest. It is not that manifesting doesn't work. You simply cannot see it because your entire perceptual system is locked in fear. Jung called this the domination of the fearful ego. When the ego feels threatened, it wants to control everything. But the paradox is, the more it controls, the more it isolates itself. Connection with the unconscious is cut, and you are left with rigid willpower. That willpower can help you endure, but it is not enough to create deep transformation. Manifesting, properly understood through Jung, is a dialogue between consciousness and the unconscious. Tension turns that dialogue into a monologue. You speak endlessly, but you no longer listen. Imagine you are trying to call a friend in a room filled with noise. The louder you speak, the more energy you lose, and still the message does not get through. Not because the other person cannot hear, but because the environment is too loud. Tension is that noise. It does not make you less strong. It makes you unheard at a deeper level. The unconscious does not respond to intensity. It responds to clarity and stillness. Tension also creates another paradox. It makes you act from lack. And any action that comes from lack reinforces lack. You seek money while fearing losing money. You seek love while fearing loneliness. You seek success while fearing failure. The unconscious does not judge this. It simply reflects the dominant state honestly. Not because life is strict, but because the human psyche operates by feedback. And here is the key point of this section. Jung was very clear that you cannot create abundance from a state of unsafety. Not because you are unworthy, but because these two states are incompatible. Like trying to plant a seed in soil that has been compressed. The soil is not bad. It simply needs loosening, softening. Relaxation, in a Jungian spirit, is that softening process. Not letting go of the goal, but letting go of the inner battle with yourself. To practice this, you do not need to force yourself to not be tense or add more manifesting effort. What matters is knowing when to stop at the right time. When you notice yourself becoming impatient or pushing everything, return to your body, breathe more slowly, and soften the places that are bracing. Stay still long enough for something inside to recognize that there is no danger right now. No need to visualize or affirm anything else. When the inner confrontation settles, you no longer need to manifest because you have stopped blocking the flow that has always been present. Number 3, the unconscious does not respond when you live in fear. If tension is what makes the inner flow noisy, what happens when your baseline state is not only tension, but prolonged fear? In Jung's view, fear is not a passing emotion, nor a weakness to be corrected. It is a posture of living. When fear becomes the baseline, a person no longer merely reacts to individual situations. They begin to see all of life through the lens of threat. Every choice is weighed by the possibility of loss. Every change carries the feeling that one must be on guard. And when the psyche is organized this way for long enough, the unconscious, the deepest and most sensitive layer of the human structure, gradually stops responding in the direction of opening. This often confuses people. Many say they can no longer hear their intuition, no longer feel what is right, no longer see a clear direction. But Jung would not call that disconnection. He would see it as the intentional silence of the unconscious. When the inner environment is covered in fear, the unconscious does not disappear. It steps back, like an intelligent part of the system that knows this is not yet the time to open more doors. The unconscious does not exist to satisfy the ego's wishes, but to protect the integrity of psychological life. When a person lives in prolonged fear, every signal from the unconscious, whether intuition, images, or impulses, risks being interpreted as a threat. Under those conditions, silence becomes the safest choice. You can see this clearly in everyday situations. Someone stands before a major change, leaving a job that is familiar but no longer nourishing, ending a relationship that has lost its vitality, or stepping into a new path they have thought about for a long time. On the surface, they think a lot. They analyze, weigh options, ask for advice, and make plans. But each time they get close to a decision, the body reacts before the mind does. The chest grows heavy. The breath shortens. The worst-case scenarios appear clearer and more detailed than any positive possibility. And then they tell themselves, "Not yet. It's not clear enough. I need more time." From a Jungian perspective, what is happening is not a lack of information or a lack of thinking. What is happening is that the whole inner system is in an alert state. When fear is the ground, the unconscious cannot guide. Not because it does not know the way, but because every way is felt as a risk. In that state, the protective function overwhelms the guiding function. Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." Placed in the context of prolonged fear, another layer becomes clear. When fear operates quietly at the baseline and is not recognized, the unconscious still orchestrates your life, but in a way that keeps you where you are or returns you to familiar patterns. And you call that circumstance, fate. The timing isn't ripe. Fear makes the unconscious stop responding, not because the unconscious is weak or incapable, but because it is too loyal to protection. Jung saw the unconscious as an extremely sensitive system, always reading signals from the body, emotions, and the overall psychological atmosphere. When you repeatedly send the message that change is dangerous, that mistakes are unbearable, that losing control equals collapse, the unconscious closes the doors that lead to the new. Not because it does not know the road, but because it will not allow you to walk it in that state. You can imagine the unconscious as a navigation system in thick fog. When the sky is clear, it can project far ahead, suggesting many flexible routes. But when fog covers everything, it automatically narrows its beam. Not because it stops working, but because guiding far in those conditions is dangerous. Fear is that fog. It does not destroy your capacity for direction, but it forces the system to reduce its signal. This is why the more a person lives in fear, the more they feel, "I don't know what I want." In truth, desire does not vanish. It is simply no longer allowed to appear. Because if desire rises in a psychological environment full of threat, it will immediately be turned into pressure, panic, or self-blame. The unconscious understands this, and it chooses silence so the system does not harm itself. Fear also creates another subtle paradox. The more you demand certainty, the less the unconscious responds. Because the unconscious does not operate by the logic of "know for sure, then move." It operates in movement, in small signals, in steps that cannot be guaranteed in advance. When you require absolute safety before changing, you set a condition life cannot fulfill, and the unconscious, rather than opposing you, withdraws. In the Jungian language, fear is tied to the defensive ego. This ego is not bad. It is trying to keep you safe. But when it holds the entire steering wheel, the deeper layers of the psyche, where intuition, creativity, and guidance live, step back. Manifesting, understood through Jung, cannot happen while the ego is driving in panic. It can only appear when the ego is calm enough to yield to a wider center, where a person no longer lives only to avoid mistakes, but to respond to life. Jung never demanded that human beings eliminate fear. He understood that fear is a natural part of being human. The difference lies in whether fear is being listened to or being given authority. When fear becomes the final decision maker, the unconscious chooses silence. When fear is seen as a signal but no longer holds the center, the psychological atmosphere begins to change. And when that atmosphere changes, the unconscious begins to respond again, very softly, not with dramatic signs, but with subtle movements, a lighter feeling in the body when you think of one direction, a sense of expansion when you imagine one choice, an impulse that no longer comes with panic. These signals do not appear to force you forward, but to remind you that life is still there inside, that you still have the capacity to answer life. Number 4, if you want to attain something, you must first stop forcing yourself. In the moment you begin to realize the unconscious is not silent because you did not try hard enough, but because you have lived too long in fear, another perspective starts to open. When forcing yourself forward is no longer the right path, you begin to sense that what is truly needed now is not more pushing, but a different kind of guidance, more subtle, coming from inner harmony rather than coercion. We grow up in a system that glorifies forcing. Force yourself to try harder. Force yourself to be more disciplined. Force yourself to be stronger. It seems every achievement must come with some degree of rigidity. But Jung viewed psychological development in a completely different way. He did not believe inner maturity comes from constantly pushing yourself beyond your limits of endurance. It comes from understanding the true rhythm of the human psyche. And within that rhythm, coercion does not create transformation. It creates resistance. Many people confuse effort with forcing. Effort comes from life within, and forcing comes from the fear of not being enough. When you force yourself, you tell the unconscious that who you are right now is not okay, and the unconscious responds by tightening. Jung once said, "I am not what happened to me, I am what I choose to become." But you cannot choose to become something else while you are denying yourself. I once witnessed the story of a woman I met in a meditation retreat. She came with a very clear goal. I want to heal. I want peace. I want to change my life. But from the first days, she was almost exhausted. She tried to meditate for a very long time, tried to keep her mind empty, tried not to think. Whenever her mind wandered, she blamed herself. Whenever emotion rose, she tried to press it down. On the surface, she did every exercise correctly. But inside, her body grew tenser, her breath more hurried, and her sense of failure heavier. Only when an instructor told her, "You don't need to be good at meditating, you only need to stop forcing yourself to meditate correctly," did things begin to change. She did not gain anything immediately. But something subtle happened. Her body softened, her breath slowed, tears appeared without a reason. Not because she forced healing, but because she stopped fighting herself. And from that point, real movement began. From a scientific angle, this is fully grounded. When you keep forcing yourself, the sympathetic nervous system stays activated. The body remains in must do, must achieve, must be right. In that state, the brain prioritizes survival over learning and restructuring. By contrast, when pressure decreases, the parasympathetic system activates, allowing the body to recover, process emotion, and integrate experience. In other words, coercion spends energy on surviving. Releasing coercion allows that energy to be used for transformation. Jung saw this not only biologically, but symbolically. He believed that when people try to become an ideal image through force, they move farther from the self, the deepest coordinating center of psychological life. Real development does not happen when you strive to become a better version. It happens when you are safe enough to be the person who is present. And only in that state can the unconscious cooperate rather than resist. Forcing yourself also creates a familiar paradox. The more you force yourself, the more you feel you are not enough. The more you try to reach, the more you feel you are falling behind. Not because you are inadequate, but because coercion places you inside an inner war. One part wants to move forward, another part fears it cannot bear it. And in that war, energy is consumed not by action, but by conflict. Jung would say any growth that happens inside prolonged conflict is not sustainable because it is not supported by the whole psyche. To attain something, therefore, does not begin by adding pressure. It begins by removing pressure. Not letting go of the goal, but letting go of how you treat yourself on the way to it. When you stop forcing, a different space appears. In that space, you do not need to prove, compare, or compete. And within that space, intuition begins to work, perception becomes clearer, and action becomes more natural. Jung did not promote passivity. He did not say you should sit still and wait. What he emphasized was the difference between action born from fear and action born from inner harmony. When you force yourself, action carries tension. When you stop forcing, action carries precision. Less, but truer. Slower, but more enduring. At a deeper level, stopping the force is also an act of trust. Trusting you do not need to be violent with yourself to deserve the good. Trusting life does not need to be coerced to move. And this trust is not vague. It is a specific physiological and psychological state in which the body is no longer in survival mode. And when that state appears, you will notice something very Jungian. Many things do not come because you pull them toward you. They come because you stop pushing yourself away from them. You do not have to become someone else. You only have to stop fighting who you are. The practical application of this part